Do do do, theme song. Do do do, I'm broke so this is my theme song. Do do do, just imagine this is an awesome theme song. Do do, theme song. Left of the box. Hello, welcome to Left of the Box. Bonjour, bienvenue. I'm Sandy. Oh, welcome, everyone. It's year 2 of 2026. It's been a long one so far. Every week is a year. Anyway, welcome. So far in the SandBox, we have. Why are you not scrolling? Why are you scrolling? Well, we have Quaximus, Jet, Trevor Borns. Let's see, the reference frame made the first comment on my new video for my new channel. B-Cat, Real John Litham. Let's see, am I missing anyone? This is awesome. Yes, welcome everyone. I have officially launched my new channel. It's called, get this, Sandy Lovis. Took me a while to come up with that one. Let me just actually pull it up on screen here for you to see. There we go. Boom. New YouTube channel. 1 video on it so far. 26 subscribers, 5 views. I only posted it like an hour ago. Let's see, actually, I'm going to refresh. Oh, 27 and 6 views now, huh? At this rate, I'll have 100 subscribers in a week. But yeah, please check it out. It's a non-political channel because I think we might be getting a little pooped with all the politics these days, and I wanted an outlet for my art, and I also figured it was time to separate my art from my politics on all social media. So I was already trying to do that on Blue Sky, Twitter, and Instagram. And so now it's also split on YouTube. New channel because I wasn't crazy enough. I wasn't burdened and busy enough. But at least I don't have to make much in the way of new content in the near future. Like I'll probably be having an interview with Letter Hack soon to talk about, you know, creativity and things of that sort. But I'm going to be transferring over my art videos from my Left of the Box account to that one. So I'll have to re-edit them and stuff because they're going to have, you know, shout outs to social medias that might not be relevant anymore. I don't know. I don't have like the raw video files, but I do have the videos. So I can just toss them in and edit them as needed. But please, oh, hello, True Democratic North. Please go check it out. I have it pinned currently to the top of the SandBox. It was there for people who are waiting for this to start to, you know, go over and check it out. It's only 3 minutes long, so. Let's see what people are saying so far. I think somebody was asking a question. Diamond weight loss. Oh, hello. Is Canada safe? And Quacksmith said, Canada's not safe from Quacksmith, which I agree. And it's also not safe. Like that's a broad term. What do you mean safe? Do you mean safe as in we have decent healthcare for now? Safe as in I don't feel unsafe walking down the street? It's a very subjective term these days. Do I feel safe from the United States? No. No. Unfortunately. Let's see. Yes, people like the random meows in my intro. It's because I know if I put music, a lot of people just tune it out. Or mute it, and then they won't necessarily know when it starts. But if I have absolutely nothing, Well, I suppose I could have absolutely nothing too. But the meows are kind of cute. Come on. Come on. Something to fill the void. Let you know it's like, oh, it's about to start soon. Whenever you hear Tulip, go, wow. Because if you do the thing where you open the transcript, you actually see at the beginning, YouTube picks it up as somebody saying, wow. uh, let's see. But she did have quite the meow. It would get my other cats really going. But please, please, check out my new YouTube channel. I have to get like 100 subscribers and have it for like more than a month before I can actually like change the URL to Sandy Lovis. So let's do that as soon as possible. Because I have the handle. I want the URL. Hello, Manope. Yes, everyone, go check out my new channel. Subscribe. Let's get it to 100 ASAP. And I'll start growing it, and we'll see. We'll see. I will be busy over the next month, really, because I got working, like actually working on the TYT video essay again, and so I got through a good chunk of the script. Again, it's a long haul, but the more I do it, the more confident I'll feel about it, and the more I'll be able to go through it. But even as I'm doing this part, I know I'm going to have to review the script once it's all done because so much has changed since I started. So I'll have to change some of the wording and stuff, but just getting the initial script done is the biggest part. It would help if like Jank and Anna just went on vacation for a couple months while I'm doing this. So I don't, it's like, oh, well, I need to add that now, don't I? And I also plan on making like little, like commercial trailers for it, to get people hyped up. Because like once I have the scripts built, I'll have to review the scripts. And if I like dedicate all my time to that, minimum a week, and then I'd have to record it and record myself speaking, then edit that in. And that's a 2-week process probably, just given the length of it. And then once it's uploaded, it won't be live, obviously, because I'll just be unlisting it. But then that will tell me if there's any copyright issues that I'll need to go and change a whole bunch of things for. So we'll see, we'll see. And I will also have to work on something that's really annoying. You see, when I'm just chilling out and talking with all you guys, my voice sounds fine. There's no weird smacky noises. But when I'm reading a script, and I noticed this for my Charlie Kirk video as well, there's these weird mouth noises coming out of my mouth that aren't words, like a little, and I don't know how to get rid of it when I'm doing a script, because I noticed that with my new channel trailer for my new channel, Sandy Lovis. You should go subscribe. And so I don't know how to get rid of that, so I'll have to Google that ahead of time and see if there's any, little tips or tricks, because I remember for the Charlie Kirk video, I thought I could help it by just drinking a lot of water during the recording of it, and all that did was make me have to go to the washroom more often, and it didn't really do anything about those weird mouth noises. So I'll have to work on it. I'll have to work on it. But yeah, I've been getting some stellar clips for my TYT video essay. I'm just like, oh my god. I will have to rewatch it, because I'm like, after I do the turn face they did on people who used to be their friends and colleagues and stuff like that, I'm going to be giving examples of right-wingers that they've also turned face on and are now super friendly with. And we're talking like Marjorie Taylor Greene, Tucker Carlson in particular, Charlie Kirk, although not to the same extent anymore for reasons, but also Megyn Kelly, because there's a couple things that came up about her. And I have to rewatch it just to be sure that I'm getting the context right. Because Anna did not cover it. Jank did, when Megyn Kelly was doing the whole, Epstein was into the barely legal 15-year-olds. She did that. She said that, because 15 isn't barely legal, it's illegal. And then she's like, it's not the same as like an 8-year-old. A 15-year-old is not the same as an 8-year-old, which is just really, really horrible stuff coming out of her mouth there. The way Jank covered it, and again, don't quote me on this. I need to double check the video because it is a clip segment on their TYT channel. It made it sound like he thought she was being pressured into saying that by Israel. The Jews made her say it. I'm like, I'm just like, are you kidding me? But like I said, I need to double check it. Don't quote me on it, but it definitely sounded like Jank was suggesting that she was under some sort of pressure to kind of justify or go to bat for Epstein for that. And I'm just like, hello, Mozart. Go check out my new channel. Everyone, go check out my new channel. I'm actually super curious if it'll do better than mine, like in this one, because it's a non-political channel. But I also know I'm not starting at the same place, no matter what, because the quality of how I do videos is much better than when I started this channel. Also, I have all you wonderful people that I can plug it to, so then that will boost the numbers. Whereas when I was starting this channel, it was from scratch. I did not know anyone. I barely had a Twitter account at that point. Like, I made the Twitter account in order to promote this channel. So I wasn't as connected as I was before. I wasn't in the same leftist circles online. I was still learning about all of that. Nobody knew who I was, like none of that. So I'm not starting the Sandy Lovis channel at the same level as this one. But that said, I am kind of curious how well it will grow, because it will potentially grow with a different type of audience. Just again, given that it is an art channel. Just checking what people are saying. But yeah, it's yeah. Oh. Okay, people are talking about Owen Wilson. If we're talking about Owens, you know which one I like talking about. But yes, we have a ton of news to go over today. It's going to be a long live stream. It's going to poop me out. I will need to take a break in the middle to go check on Frodo. I'll update you at the end of the live stream about how he's doing. It's not good, but I don't want to talk about it now because it will wreck me. But I will have to check probably halfway through just to make sure he's okay. I'm trying to dissociate right now so that I can do the horrid news of the day before I move on to my horrid reality of the year. Okay, so why don't we actually just jump into it as opposed to me diddle-daddling for like an hour before we get started? Because like I said, there's a lot of news to go over today. And last I checked on my new YouTube channel, let's see, what am I up to right now? I'm up to 30 subscribers. Wow. Let's see if we can get that up to, oh, I need to like these comments. Every comment. There we go. Let's see if we can get that up to 40 by the end of this live stream, and then I'm almost halfway to 100. Actually, no, let's shoot for the stars. Let's try getting that halfway to 100 by the end of today. Let's see if I can get it up to 50. That's only 20 more subscribers. Although a lot of the people who are already subscribed are ones who have already watched my channel, so that's a big goal there. But I also posted about it on Instagram, on Blue Sky and Twitter. So if you're on those platforms, please go and share that there as well. And if you have family members who maybe aren't into politics but are into art, suggest the channel. Suggest it. Anyway, hello Atticus Among Us. And I forgot to ask, Is audio visual okay? Y'all hearing me fine? I've been noticing that it's a bit quiet when I check it in the video editor afterwards. So let me know if I need to figure out how to crank it up a bit. But yeah, the link is at the top of the SandBox, Atticus Among Us. It's for my new channel, Sandy Lovis. Took me a while to think of that name. Actually, I just wanted to steal it before somebody else did. So, let's get into the really shitty news. So, the way that I have this live stream laid out, because normally it would start with like Palestine issues, then federal, provincial, and random news. But given the global news right now that is just breaking out, it's going to be Venezuela, Greenland, other kind of international news, then Palestinian news, then federal news, then provincial news, and there's not actually any like one-off stories that I have. Now, all the dockets in general are smaller than a normal docket, but there's a lot of dockets, so we have a lot to go through. Hello, JK. No, no, I would not say that. I would not. No. For that, you better go and subscribe 10 times to my new channel. Anyway. Should we get to it? We should probably get to it. It's pretty bad. It is pretty bad out there. 2026. Wow. I want a refund. I want a refund on this year. So, yes. I did a live stream more or less all about Venezuela a couple live streams ago because it was such a big story. It took up most of the time. So I had to break it down a bit. So I was actually on Friday going to do another live stream about their issue with Grok making CP on demand type thing. But that one was just kind of gutting me because all the other news that popped up during the week was just, it was a bit overwhelming. And I guess before we get into it, let's have the chat. Let's have the talk about, you know, how to take care of yourselves in times like this. Because what we are seeing in real time, if you're on social media, if you're up to date with the news, if you're seeing these things, don't feel bad if you feel traumatized because, yeah, we are. We have seen snuff videos on Twitter, on YouTube, every time you see the news and you see the gunshots. True, it's like, oh, but it's not gory. You are seeing a woman lose her life because of the ICE agents, just because some man got upset at her and shot her. And so for people who are victims of domestic violence or just male aggression, that can also be, you know, felt really viscerally. Seeing someone lose their life so needlessly, this is traumatizing, you know, and it's knowing more than the average person too, because, you know, Venezuela, oh, well, kidnapping Maduro wasn't traumatizing, not for us anyway, but there was all the boats being bombed that we saw. That again, every time you saw that footage, there were lives on that boat being taken right before our eyes. And then there was about 100 people killed when Trump decided to go invade Venezuela to kidnap their president. Humans weren't designed to deal with this level of trauma on a daily basis. And of course, like covering what's happening in Gaza and the West Bank is, again, it's another level of horror that is very difficult for our psyches to handle. And it's very, very important to know that if you feel broken inside, that is a completely normal response to what is happening, to what we're seeing, to feel fear, to be, oh, what would be the right word? Because the gaslighting, I have never felt it to this extent before, and I have dealt with a shit ton of gaslighting in my life. From family situations, my first relationship, it was nothing but gaslights. But having people do the victim blaming to people on the left, people like us, like we deserve it. We deserve to be shot in the head. Literally, somebody said that, and we'll be getting to it. Canadian, Canuck. Seeing all these people that want us dead, it challenges our sense of security. It challenges our sense of safety. And for some people, that was already very tenuous. And so now it's just eliminating any pretense. Like, I have a sense too that Mark Carney is not going to keep Canada safe. If the United States decides to go to war with any part of South America, Canada is going to join in. Also, if Trump becomes more aggressive towards Canada, I don't see Mark Carney as stopping it. He's not the one that will do that. And so my sense of security and safety in this country, again, it wasn't necessarily strong, but I've always been very grateful to be Canadian because I am aware of a different level of protection and safety that I have here that I wouldn't have in most places in the world. And now that is being threatened. So when we go through this, at the end of it, find something that's not news that you can go to, that you can vent, that's cathartic, the whole touch grass thing, but it might not be that. It might be watching a mindless action violent movie because that's a way of releasing some of those inner rage things that you might be feeling, but not in a destructive way. It could be working on art, doing knitting, listening to music, dancing, just talking to someone. Go out and have coffee with someone. And don't talk about politics. Just connect with another human being. That is so vital in times like this, that you go out and connect with the community. You know, if this is stressing you out, go volunteer. Volunteer. Find a local organization like Soup Not Bombs, Acorn, Amnesty International. There's local chapters. Like, it's an international organization, but there are local chapters all over the place you can get involved with. Go be part of the community. And that will be very, very beneficial because what we're witnessing is traumatizing. Don't let anyone just diminish that or dismiss it from you. This is traumatizing what we're witnessing. And it is a very, very scary time for people who used to have the privilege of feeling protected. It's no longer the case in this new world order that we're entering. So just make sure that you're kind to yourself. If you see other people just have like an outburst, be compassionate. Try to figure out where it's coming from. Because this isn't going to be over anytime soon. So pace yourself. If you need to take a break from all these leftist channels talking about it, you do it. There's a new channel called Sandy Lovis. Great channel for, taking a break from politics. Just saying. Take a break from politics. Take a break from news because we want you to be at your strongest when we need to fight back. Don't burn yourself out at the beginning of the race. And it's a long, long race that we have. So, yeah. With all that said, let's get into the horror stuff. I'll just quickly check what people are saying. Atticus Among Us, the political discord is spilling into LinkedIn. Ugh. Hello, Scouts. Taken. The Wild West. What gives me hope is all the people protesting. Yeah, keep in mind that there's going to be people protesting that you don't know about unless you get involved in the community organizations because mainstream media is not going to be covering it. So once you get involved with one local organization, you'll learn about others. Some places will have mailing lists of like events that are happening in your area, that sort of thing. Get involved as much as you can. Find out about the protests. Go out, protest safely. And just get involved with the community, find other like-minded people. That will be, you know, a source of strength running this race. True democratic north, all those things are caused by the capitalist system. People are so ignorant. Yep. This is all tied to capitalism. Who's Brian? Did we mention a Brian? I don't know. Why are we talking about Brian? But yeah. Hello, Nadia. It depends on greatly on the jurisdiction. There are places 15 is definitely not legal. Oh, yeah, talking about the Megyn Kelly thing. Yeah. It depends. If you want to marry the child, the age of consent is lower. Fuck. This world. It's just wrong. If you're an adult and you're trying to talk about the nuance of a 15-year-old versus an 8-year-old, just go fuck yourself. Because that is just wrong. As an adult looking at anyone that age and trying to find any sort of justification why it's okay. No, it's not. It's a flat out no, it's not okay. It is wrong. Anyone who can look at a child and no, is just a hard no. Wild West, I saw a guy randomly scream in the park on Thursday. We're all stressed. Yeah. There's going to be people who think they're fine and just, oh, the Wild West Brian is the Sun journalist. Yeah, we'll be getting to him. Yeah, there's going to be people that think they're fine because they're trying to distract themselves, get on with their days. Like, oh, there's nothing I can do, so I'll just go to work. I'll just go shopping. I'll just do all these regular, normal things. And then all of a sudden, they're just standing there and there's a moment of silence. And then it's just like, wow, it just comes out. Like, I'm distracting myself right now by covering this horrible news. But, you know, we'll get to it. We'll get to it. Nadia, the comment, are we talking about the comment that Brian made? It didn't get censored. He deleted it, but it lives forever on Twitter. We'll get to it. Atticus Among Us found the link and subbed. Great. I have it pinned to the top of the SandBox too. Actually, I should probably change the pin so that it's more obvious. So I'll unpin that message. I have to go back to the channel. I'll like it better when I can get my own URL for it. There we go. And now I will pin this to the top. Pin message. Yeah, so the new channel won't have live streams, at least not for the very long foreseeable future. It's just going to be posted videos for now. But yeah. Hello, John McDropout. Welcome to the SandBox. Go subscribe to my new art channel. Anyway, now that I got the... It's okay to be traumatized right now. It's actually perfectly normal to be traumatized right now with the news that we're watching because, again, these are real lives that we're seeing being taken away from us before our own eyes. And a lot of them are just average people not involved in this, innocent bystanders, which then resonates on a harder level where it could be any of us. So with that said, why don't we get into the news? Hello, John Martinez. Oh, John McDropout already subscribed. Well, that is good. Anyway, yes, let's get to the news. So, Stephen Miller, Nazi, like just Nazi. He's just full out Nazi, white nationalist Nazi. Yeah, just a horrible shit human being who used to spray paint his hair on, which just looked ridiculous. But just, yeah. I do use the term evil. I don't use it in like a biblical sense, but it is a very apt descriptor for what he is. And he was on CNN talking about Venezuela and justifying it, of course, and making intentions clear as to where they plan on going with this. And yeah, I'm going to try to avoid showing any footage of anything violent as we go along. So sometimes you might just get audio. Hello, Boku. Go subscribe to my new channel. Yeah, so it is very troubling times. It's very oh, what's the word? Kind of like unpredictable. Very unsettling as we go along. But you know, we also should stay informed about where we are on the sliding scale into fascism. So let's go there. Oh, don't do that again. See my YouTube studio. I forget that I have to set this up ahead of time. Go there. Go. No, not there. That one. That one. Okay. You saw my YouTube studio. No. I forget I'm doing the window capture and it will default to the last screen I touched. So it defaults to the last screen I touched until I update it. But I need to keep that in mind. Boku said they subbed like 147 seconds ago. I was hoping it was like 147 times, but you know, we'll get there. We'll get there. Anyway, so this account posted out a little clip of Stephen Miller on CNN.
The United States is using its military to secure our interests unapologetically.
And let me know if any of the audio is too low or too loud. It's all over the place.
In our hemisphere. We're a superpower, and under President Trump, we are going to conduct ourselves as a superpower.
Again, that's just very threatening, abusive language right there. You know, this is my house with my rules, or because I'm stronger than you, I get to do whatever the fuck I want. That's what they're saying, you know, like, because we're a superpower, we get to do whatever the fuck we want because who's going to stop us?
It is absurd that we would allow a nation in our own backyard to become the supplier of resources to our adversaries, but not to us, to hoard weapons from our adversaries, to be able to be positioned as an asset against the United States.
And again, he's just lying through his teeth here. Venezuela, not a threat to the United States. Because here's the thing. No country is a threat to the United States because what he said earlier, superpower thing. No country matches the United States when it comes to military power. Economic power is really waning a lot, you know, thanks to Trump. You know, China is probably going to be filling in that space soon enough. But when it comes to just military might, no one is a threat to the United States. And, you know, the drug problems that they have there are homegrown drug issues. It's not because of all the drugs being imported. It's because, you know, they're making people so desperate and dire and in need of any sort of self-medication that people are turning to drugs in the first place. You know, they're setting it up so that there's a thriving drug industry by making it so that there's a demand.
Rather than on behalf of the United States.
Sovereign countries should be able to do what they want to do.
The Monroe Doctrine and the Trump Doctrine is all about securing the national interests of America. For years, we sent our soldiers to die in deserts in the Middle East to try to build them parliaments, to try to build them democracies, to try to give them more oil, to try to give them more resources. The future of the free world, Jake, depends on America being able to assert ourselves and our interests without apology. This whole period that happened after World War II, where the West began apologizing and groveling and begging
I don't even
and
know,
engaging these
honestly,
vast
what you're talking
reparation
about right
schemes.
now.
What I'm talking about, Jake, is the idea. And by the way, you do. I know you love doing that smarmy thing, Jake, and I was hoping to be better than that this time.
I asked you about if there should be an election.
Exactly.
I asked you if there would be an election in Venezuela. That's what I asked. I said, why was the president so quick to dismiss Machado? You answered that question. And then I said,
the objective, Jake, is security and stability for the people of Venezuela.
Yeah. There's not going to be an election. And as, let's see, who said it? Who said it? I just saw it. A comment that I was going to respond to out of the corner of my eye. And this is why I don't like reading comments during this, because I'll get distracted and it'll take 10 times as long to get through this. JK says, the U.S. is a rogue state. Yes, absolutely. It reminds me a lot of, if you watch The Boys, it's a superhero TV series, rated R. It's very graphic. And in it, Homelander is like the Superman. But to me, part of the appeal of The Boys is that I find it more realistic that if there were actually humans with these superhuman abilities, they would probably be pieces of shit because they would feel like they have privilege and power and they're better than. And I don't want to give a spoiler, but you could probably see it coming because, you know, the series has been very tied to the fascism building up here in the United States and whatnot. And you can see the mirroring happening and whatnot. But Homelander has finally reached the point where he's like, actually, why the fuck do I have to listen to any of you? And he's the most powerful person on the planet. So how do you stop him? Well, now the United States is right there with him saying, why the fuck do we have to listen to anyone else? Why can't we just do whatever we want? Who's going to stop us? They're no longer trying to get along. They're no longer trying to get people's approval or anything of that sort. Trump isn't trying to get people's approval anymore. They're just trying to secure it so that they're never out of power. And Trump doesn't think he'll ever be out of power again. And this fascism that is set into the United States, they're very much like, so why exactly do we have to listen to any of the rules when we're stronger than everyone else? So, scary time. Hello, Looney Tunes 9000. Have you subscribed to my new channel? But here we have somebody on Fox News, and we're only going to watch to about this part because then they get talking about some other stupid stuff. I guess they like to bring on one reasonable person to their morning or their evening, their gut-filled show, whatever the fuck it's called. I don't know. It's not funny. Gutfeld thinks he's funny, but he is so unfunny, it's painful. But she's actually talking sense on there. And I'm glad because there needs to be some exposure of that on Fox, which is very little. It's like state propaganda for the most part, but they're slipping because this isn't the only one from Fox I'm showing where it's like they're actually having dissenting views on it. And the people with the dissenting views are making sense. So I guess she's Kat Timpf. Let's listen.
You have to see how some people might be feeling a little bit of whiplash here, given that Trump spent 10 years railing against U.S.-led regime change war. His own director of intelligence, as recently as 2 months ago, was railing against regime change war, and then he does one. So
is this a regime change? The regime is still there. As far as I know, the vice president.
They took away the president. Illegitimate, I don't care. The way the United States did it was wrong. And now the vice president, she's stepped up. But it's coercion. Because the United States have plainly told her, you do what we say or the same thing's going to happen to you or worse. That's actually spoken out loud to her. So it's regime change by proxy. So they didn't, they still are controlling how the country is going to be led after this. So yeah, it's regime change.
President.
Let me get this straight. We go to a country, we capture their leader, we bomb it, and then we say, we run this country now. And that's not war. But when they say send cocaine over here that people are willingly snorting, that is war.
I think that
doesn't make any sense.
It does to me in the sense that if this.
No, it doesn't make any sense. And anyone who says that does is just wrong. Again, the United States was murdering Venezuelans in boats, and then went and invaded invaded Venezuela, kidnapped their president and his wife, killing another 100 people. It doesn't matter if Maduro was a criminal. It doesn't matter if the United States had a warrant out for him. That's not how you do that. Because then what's stopping any nation from just labeling somebody as a criminal, an indictment against them, and then going and kidnapping them and taking them back to their own country for trial?
Guy is committing crimes against the United States. You lawfully go and get him. He gets his due.
It wasn't lawfully. That's the catch. The way Trump did it wasn't lawfully.
Process here. The regime is still the same. The VP's there. He wasn't the elected. Remember, he wasn't elected legitimately. So he was never considered the leader of Venezuela by anybody except for himself. So I think it was difference of opinion, but he wasn't considered.
There were a lot of people in Venezuela that did actually support him. Again, it doesn't justify it if it was an illegitimate election or whatever. But the idea is to support the Venezuelans in what they want, not impose, someone else's will on the country.
A legitimate leader. He had committed crimes against the country. He's going to get his due process. He may be found not guilty. Who knows?
We went in, took him, bombed the country, and said we're in control of it. That's regime change war. That's a guy being like, that's like a guy being like, hey, I did bang all these other girls behind your back, but I didn't cheat. You can call it whatever you want, but it is what it is.
That's the analogy you always use.
Okay, well, look, having concerns about this, it's very understandable.
Pretty pathetic where he's like, oh, the audience laughed? I guess this was funny.
A lot of people feel skeptical that this isn't going to be the one that's different than all the other ones.
Yeah.
A lot of people are skeptical. For me personally, I'm not so confident that this is the one that this is not the regime change that's finally going to work the way we say it's going to work. I would not willingly go die for it. I would not willingly send my son to go die for it. So I would think it would be hypocritical of me to call for other people to have to send their
I see your point. I just don't see it as that. I don't think Trump is asking for that. I think he's lancing a zit.
It's still going on.
Yeah.
We don't know how long it will be going on for.
Maybe it's 2 zits.
And so he tries to use teenager humor to distract from that and move on. And then they start talking about some other shit that we're not going to get to. But yeah, she is totally right. She's showing some principles on there. It's like, no, I wouldn't want my children to end up in war in Venezuela. I'm not about to then demand that other Americans send their children to war in Venezuela for this. Like, people don't understand that it's a lot closer to home than they realize. Venezuela isn't that far from the United States. And there'd be Americans dying for oil corporations. Trump would be sending them in to die for oil. I don't think people join the military for that. That's not defending your country. That's, defending profits for oil corporations. So here we have on a guest, a Democrat who got onto Fox News and again was able to talk some sense while there. And it's good because these little micro doses of exposure that their audience is getting eventually might add up to something, especially then if one of their children end up in Venezuela. and has to put their life on the line to defend an oil corporation.
Talk about it since 1989, as we've just heard many prominent Democrats do.
The Maduro regime, as it was constructed, exists almost in its entirety as we sit here today in Venezuela.
So they should have taken out the whole thing.
No, I'm not saying that at all.
So we should take out no one.
What I'm saying is I don't believe it's in our immediate interest that Americans want us to be engaged in another nation-building quagmire
Well, let me ask
like
you
we
this.
have done for 20 years.
You have about 100,000 Americans dying of drug overdose, most of those drugs coming from Venezuela and other places, Colombia certainly as well.
That's actually...
And Trump will like to throw in every now and then, also Canada. He's starting to manufacture that consent against Canada, just to, you know, give people a heads up. We're not safe.
Not true.
That's not true that 100,000 Americans.
The majority of the deaths by drugs in America are the result of meth and fentanyl. Almost none of that comes from Venezuela.
So you're okay.
Ding, 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 ding. Yes. And if it really was about drugs, Trump pardoned the Honduras president or whatever, who was actually responsible for bringing in a lot of the drugs. No one is, you know, accusing the drug executives of the pharmaceutical executives of committing mass murder and becoming terrorists and all that sort of stuff. This was a lie. It was a pretense to go in there and just do what they wanted. And since they were able to get away with it, they started to drop their pretense and they just started saying, no, it's for the oil. And they're starting to lose that pretense more and more because now they want to invade Greenland for resources and to keep America safe. But it's the resources that they really like to emphasize there. So more and more, they're just going to drop the pretense and be like, because we can. That's why. Because we can. They have resources. We want them. We have the military might. So we're going to do it.
Okay with massive amounts of cocaine traffic coming into the United States from Venezuela?
No, I'm not saying that either. What I'm saying is if we want a real drug strategy, if we want to stop fentanyl and meth, which is largely what's killing our children and devastating our communities, then we need a real drug strategy to do that. But actually going and deposing a foreign leader and capturing them and now saying we're going to run the country, as Donald Trump just said on Saturday,
he was indicted by the U.S. Justice Department. So we should just not follow through on action.
Then how about we just go and kidnap Benjamin Netanyahu, who actually has a warrant out for his arrest from the ICC? And, you know, all of us countries, Western countries, are supposed to respect that. So, oh, right. No, he actually came to a standing ovation just a couple weeks ago into Florida. Funny how that works. But it's not.
And indictments of our own Justice Department to bring him to justice in the United States? Otherwise, what's the point of these sorts of indictments?
That is not at all what I'm saying, right? There are thousands of people who are indicted. But just because somebody is indicted, does that mean that we go and depose a leader and actually say we're going to run a country? Donald Trump on Saturday said very specifically that the United States is going to run Venezuela, that we're going to be in control of it, and we're going to put our oil companies in place.
We didn't leave anyone there. So I think that interpretation, it sounds...
That interpretation, you do what we say or else you're going to have the same or worse. Not much to interpret there.
To me, that the interpretation is to try to help the oil industry get up and running again, to prevent the drug operation from flowing across. We've seen the early steps of that operation. Also.
But here we have Don Davies. He's the interim NDP federal leader here in Canada, just saying the U.S. has long tried to overthrow the Cuban government, including by 6-year illegal blockade that has caused untold suffering and economic damage to the Cuban people. Targeting sovereign countries like Venezuela, who have traded with Cuba, is part of this, now openly admitted. And he's quote tweeting a Fox News tweet saying, "It's going down. President Trump predicts Cuba's communist government is ready to fall following his U.S.-led capture of Venezuelan dictator Nicolas Maduro, warning Havana can no longer rely on Caracas for security and oil." He is telling us what he's going to do. He's been doing that since before his first term. And some people brush it off to bluster. Other people say, he doesn't mean it. No, he's been telling us from the get-go what he's going to do. Cuba is going to be attacked. Greenland is going to be attacked. Canada, I don't know what exactly is going to happen, but because he hasn't outright said anything about attacking Canada at this point. But I'm nervous. I'm very, very nervous. But, I wouldn't be so nervous if there were like Western leaders out there actually making strong stances against what the United States is doing. But they're not. They're really not. And again, this is part of the reason why I feel just so sick all the time. With Mark Carney, I don't feel like he's going to protect us. And here we have Keir Starmer. He's just going along with it. He's capitulating. He's not doing anything. I wouldn't feel safe in Britain right now if, the United States was saying, so, nice castle you got over there. Resources that we want? Well, once we have Greenland, we're just a hop, skip, and a jump across the pond from you. Actually, I don't know if Greenland is closer than like the coast of... Anyway, you know what I mean. And to see these world leaders that should be standing up to Trump, that should be doing something, kowtowing and cowering to him, just emboldens Trump more. Because he's not getting any pushback. Because before there was always and this goes back to Homelander, he wanted to be loved. He wanted people to like him. And then he got to a point where he doesn't care anymore. And, Trump doesn't care anymore if the other nations like him. He doesn't care. He's just going to do what he wants. So all this, kissing up that they're doing, all of this, like, oh, well, we're kind of on board. Like, we agree with the United States in this part, but not so much this part. No, it doesn't matter. It's not going to stop Trump from doing whatever the fuck he wants to your country now. And so it's more important than ever that we start building more ties that are not with the United States. And so Daniel had tweeted this out, a little clip. Has there ever been a more shameful interview? Starmer is beyond pathetic, a man devoid of integrity. He cannot simply state this was a totally illegal act by the U.S. He's so subservient to Trump, he is literally denying the truth as a lawyer. And yeah, it is... Mark Carney wasn't even able to state, it was wrong what Trump did. He went into the whole capitulating like, oh, Maduro was a bad guy, illegitimate president. So now we need to move on and hope for the best. But without actually saying, so the whole invading another country, kidnapping the leader and murdering 100 people, that was bad. Tisk, tisk. None of that. None of that.
Some people might be puzzled listening to you say that you think America might not be in breach of international law over Venezuela. I can't find an international lawyer who thinks this is anything other than a blatant breach.
International law has to be the framework and the anchor, the benchmark, if you like, against which we gauge all actions of all governments across the world. It's important we don't lose sight of the substance here. The president was illegitimate, and the thing that we need above all else is a
I don't fucking care if the president was illegitimate. It doesn't give the United States the right to do what they did.
peaceful transition to democracy.
Donald
That
Trump
was the
doesn't seem
position.
that up for
That was the position of this government before the weekend. It remains the position of this government.
Donald Trump was asked about that just in the last few hours. He sounded much more interested in getting American oil companies into Venezuela in a hurry than he did in having democratic elections in a hurry.
Well,
that's the guy, isn't he? That's what he's like.
I speak for our government, and let me be absolutely clear that peaceful transition to democracy is...
Here's part of the problem. It's already not a peaceful transition into democracy. It was quite violent, actually, and there's no guarantee of democracy after this. It was very violent. Again, 100 people dead in Venezuela. Many of them just completely innocent, not bodyguards, nothing. A lot of them were just innocent people.
The number one priority in Venezuela. That's been our position all the weekend. It remains our position.
If you think it's not happening, and if you think he's breached international law, would you be willing to vote the other way on the UN Security Council?
Well,
from America?
I mean, the Security Council has no resolution drafted yet, so we haven't got into that space.
But in principle.
But let me, I do think that it's important to just look in here at the substance of the issue. The president was illegitimate. He caused untold misery for people in Venezuela, and we need that transition to...
Just say it was illegal. Just say it. Just say out loud what we all know. It was illegal what Trump did.
Democracy, that peaceful transition, that, as I say, the position before the weekend remains our position.
But it's important also, isn't it, for countries like Britain to lay down red lines? Would it be a red line if President Trump decided to do the same thing in Cuba that he just did in Venezuela?
Well, the benchmark for this government will always be international law. The framework will be international law. And for the US...
Since when? Since when? Lots of Western countries have been getting away with violating international law. Keir Starmer and Mark Carney have been saying dick all about it.
Any government is for them to justify their actions.
As a red line. So people will say, actually, what you're telling those Labour MPs who are upset about this, international lawyers who are upset about it, is actually, I'm afraid we've got bigger fish to fry, on Ukraine particularly, and you just got to suck this up. We're not going to do much.
No, I'm not saying that at all. I've been absolutely clear. The framework is international law. I've been an advocate and argued for international law all my life. That hasn't
then this
changed.
must offend you.
This hasn't changed. The situation is complicated. It's complicated even today.
It's not that complicated.
Today there's further developments in Venezuela. So the US will obviously have to justify the action that it's taken and is taking, but we mustn't lose sight of the fact that that peaceful transition to democracy is the single most important thing.
You must worry about the
Again, already blew it, literally.
message this sends to Russia and China. They believe they can do what they like in their spheres of influence. That's been absorbing a lot of your time in the case of Russia. And he's doing the same thing in America, isn't he? Sending out an appalling message to those countries, isn't it?
Well, that's why, consistent with our allies, we are making the argument that international law is the framework, is the anchor, is the benchmark for any government around the world. And that remains the situation in Venezuela.
Thank you, Prime Minister.
Yeah, there's a whole lot of bullshit coming out of his mouth, and Owen Jones dug up this old post from Keir Starmer saying, amazing, just amazing. So this is from January 3rd of 2020. Oh, good 6 years ago. Keir Starmer said the government's response to Donald Trump's actions is not good enough. The UK government should hold him to account for his actions and stand up for international law, not tacitly condone the attack. Yep. Easy to say that when the opposition is in power. And what was Keir Starmer referring to? This. Soleimani, Boris Johnson not told about US airstrike. So the UK has 400 troops based in the Middle East and has worked alongside US forces in the region, but President Donald Trump did not tell the UK PM about the attack he ordered that killed Qasem Soleimani on Friday. Yeah. Keir Starmer was against that when they went in and assassinated someone. That could have started, a world war. But he's not upset when they go in, murder 100 people, and kidnap a nation's leader. Me do think there's a double standard going on here. And then we have our pathetic excuse of a leader, Mark Carney. Although some people are saying, again, Mark Carney, he's so good. It's so good we elected the banker, not the wanker. He knows how to get it done. No, this is just, again, it's more capitulation. It's more like, well, we don't actually mind what the United States did. They should just be working with us more. So, Nora Loretto just saying, yeah, Canadian oil is low carbon. Huh? Because that's what Mark Carney said. Low carbon oil. That's a thing. That's a thing. Kind of like that clean coal thing, where you can just scrub it clean. Well, we just, put it through a carbon filter. We put the oil through a carbon filter, so it's low carbon. It's kind of like cholesterol. It could be high or low. That's the way it works. So we don't need to read the quote because he says it in here.
A functioning, not corrupt Venezuelan economy will produce more oil. It'll be better for the Venezuelan people. It'll be more stable for the Western Hemisphere. That's all a good thing. Canadian oil, Canadian energy, but I'll speak because you asked specifically about Canadian oil. It's been our view, and we're working towards this, that Canadian oil will be competitive because it is low risk, clearly low risk.
So right now, Mark Carney's biggest concern with what the United States did with Venezuela is how it's going to hurt the oil markets. What it might do for our oil exports, how the competition is going to be. That's his biggest concern right now. Not the illegal actions, not the murders, not the kidnapping, none of that. It's, what is this going to do to oil profits?
Low cost, the marginal costs, there's been huge progress in getting down the costs. And low carbon, which is what the Pathways project, carbon capture, will bring. And that makes Canadian oil competitive for the medium and long term. A functioning...
Yes, low carbon oil. And Pierre Poilievre, as always, is late to the game when it comes to Mark Carney. Bitching about things that Mark Carney just said he's taken care of. Because, again, Mark Carney is a conservative leader that Pierre Poilievre wishes he could be. Because here's Pierre Poilievre. Change in oil-rich Venezuela means Canada must race to approve pipeline to Pacific coast to move millions of barrels of Canadian oil per day overseas to break our dependence on one customer. Read my plan in a letter to the Prime Minister. Well, yeah, the Prime Minister, don't worry. He has the oil's execs, bottom line in mind. He has them taken care of. Pierre, you can go back home. And by home, I mean like the riding you lost. Not the riding you got parachuted into. You can just go. Because Mark Carney is doing everything you wanted to do. And people like him. Even liberals. In fact, a lot of liberals like him. I'm not saying that's a good thing. It's just a reality check. But there was this political cartoon about it that I thought, oh, this is so on the nose. This is so right. Because here you see Trump with the little dominoes, and here's the little Pierre Poilievre saying, go Trump, go Trump. Colombia, Mexico, Greenland, Panama, Cuba, Canada. Huh. Yeah. Cheering on Trump now, but we're in that domino line. And then we have, again, this leads into the next topic, but we have Jason Kenney, who used to be a premier of Alberta, saying, this is nuts. Greenland is part of NATO ally Denmark. Denmark made an overseas contribution to the U.S.-led mission in Afghanistan with the second highest number per cap of soldiers. Hello, Kevin, Logan, and viewers. Thank you for the raid. Just bitching about Donald Trump right now. And how the rest of the... Hello, No Justice. Well, thank you for the raid. Again, just bitching about Donald Trump taking over the world and how all the other world leaders, including Keir Starmer, just spoke about him, are doing dick all to stop it. They're just saying, well, we're just looking for that peaceful transition. So... I will be getting into some more Canadian bent news because I am a Canadian channel, but welcome Pawn Jumpers. Also, I have a new YouTube channel called, get this, Sandy Lovis. It's linked at the top of the SandBox. And it's a non-political channel, just talking about art and things that are creative. So please go check it out. I just launched it today. And I would super appreciate your support. But yes, we're bitching about Donald Trump. We just spoke about Venezuela. We're going to go into Greenland next with some other international stuff. Then we're talking about the ice shooting in Missouri, and then we'll be getting into some more Canadian-esque politics. But welcome, Pond Jumpers. It's nice to see you. Anyway, super appreciate the raids. And everyone go check out Kevin Logan's channel and No Justice. They do great work. So, as I was mocking Jason Kenney, who used to be a premier of Alberta, this is nuts. Canada is part of NATO ally Denmark, or Greenland is, I should say. Denmark made an oversized contribution to the US-led mission in Afghanistan with the second highest number of per capita soldiers killed in combat. Denmark has never refused to locate U.S. military assets in Greenland and has made repeatedly clear that it would welcome a larger U.S. blah, 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 blah. God damn it, who fucking cares? Because he's quote tweeting Trump and his team are discussing a range of options for acquiring Greenland. And so Andrew here, note the flags in his bio, says, kidnapping the head of sovereign state with whom you are not at war is also nuts, Jason. The two go together. Eves Angler pointing out, agreed, but it's also nuts to have a flag in the handle of a faraway, lawless apartheid state committing genocide. Yeah, we're getting so many crosswires right now of like, oh my God, who should we support? You see, a lot of us leftists here, we have consistent principles. So this isn't confusing for us. What Netanyahu's doing to the Palestinians is bad. Okay, what Donald Trump did to Venezuela is bad, even though the leader of Venezuela was bad. What Russia is doing to Ukraine is bad. What Netanyahu, it's Netanyahu doing to the, it's all bad. The United States, or no, not, what's happening in Iraq right now with the protests and the crackdown on protesters and the way that the government is treating them is also bad. We can say that an action is bad without saying that like the leader of said nation is good. You know, what the United States did to Venezuela is bad, and Maduro was bad. That's an and. It's not an either or, it's an and. And so, you know, what is happening in Iraq in the crackdown of the protesters is bad, but the United States going in for a regime change, also really bad. You see how that works? What Hamas did, bad. What Netanyahu did is a whole lot worse bad. It's not complicated when you have principles. Okay, so that's the end of that docket, and then we'll be getting into Greenland and other international news, and then Palestinian news, and then federal news. So, before we do that, let's check the SandBox quickly, and don't forget to subscribe to my new channel. Let me pop it up on screen. Boom, there it is. Yeah, art, writing, and all things creative, a non-political channel. Please go check it out. I'll do a live refresh. Currently says I'm at 30 subscribers. Now it is 40. Oh, wow, that's great. Because, yeah, the sooner I get to 100 subscribers, the sooner I can snag my URL. It's at my right now, but I want the URL too. And in order to get the URL, I need to have 100 subscribers and a month online on this channel. But yeah, no live streams coming from this one anytime soon. It's just going to be videos posted. And like I said, it's not going to be political. Political topics may be touched on from time to time, but I'm talking about things like how living with poverty can make it more challenging to get involved in creative arts. Just, you know, the financial barriers, which is a political issue. Or I might talk about political art one day, like Bansky or something of that sort. But on a day-to-day, it's not going to be political. And it could be things like, I'll be sharing the tips and tricks I've learned. So things like, oh, here's how to stop a picture from shifting in a frame, you know, that sort of thing. Or, here's my painting, here's my style, here's what I do, here's my creative process when I'm thinking about my book. You know, here's how to help your creative process if you want to write a book, how to think more spontaneously and go to the next thing and all that sort of stuff, how to get past writer's block. All of that sort of stuff is what I'll be talking about on that channel. So please go subscribe. Super appreciate it. Okay, so before we move on to the next stuff, let me just get that docket ready. Not that one, not that one. Oh, I think it's this one. Yes. Starts with an Owen Jones tweet. Let's check the SandBox. Totally not crushing on him. Let's see. People are very active in the SandBox. Boku Canuck. Oh, Krakus? Krakus. I don't know what you're talking about there. I thought you said Canucks and were wondering what that meant. I'm like, really? Really? That would be a thing? Let's see. Hello, Etchbox. Welcome to the SandBox. Wow, people have been really chit-chatty. That's good. So I won't be able to go through all the comments because I don't want to take too much time in between because we have a lot of stuff to get through. So let me start scrolling back down. Oh, hello, Moonme. Let's see. The Wild West, my electricity has gone up $10 since COVID. Quebec win. My electricity has been going up too. Hello, Ethan Riverswad. Welcome to the SandBox. I had to double check, but the dude Trump pardoned, Juan Orlando Hernandez, was convicted of conspiring to smuggle 400 tons of, I guess that's a type of drug. Yeah. It's not about the drugs. He doesn't care about the drugs. He's happy if the people in his country are so desperate that they're turning to drugs. They're not trying to, you know, go to the root cause as to why people are turning to drugs, because that would be the best way to stop overdoses, is actually treating the actual reasons why people are turning to drugs. That would be helpful. No, it's never about the drugs. Let's see. Sorry, I have to go through this a little bit quicker because there's a lot to get to today. So much news, so much. Like, it was actually kind of refreshing, and I put this in the description box when I got to some of the Doug Ford stories I had bookmarked, and I'm like, this seems so refreshingly normal. You know, the scandals that Doug Ford is involved in. You know, it seems less existential and just more frustrating, and it's like such a breath of fresh air to deal with it. Oh, the world has gone to hell. Let's see. Yeah, real John Lethem. Low carbon oil? Something that my prime minister said, that Canadian oil is low carbon. JK, if you wanted Venezuela to produce more oil, then you could have just lifted the sanctions, yeah? And Canada's worried about that because then it will hurt our oil industry. Hello, Flow Snake. Hello, Phillipson. Adriana. Fascism Watch, welcome. We got a lot of that going on. Vicky Clee, hello. Phillipson saying, I recall being bounced from No Justice a year before and then fondly remembered how good and worthwhile it was. Good job. Why, thank you. John Martinez, our political positions are always consistent and as firm as stone, no flakiness, unlike centrists and the Reich. Yeah. Ah, where'd it go? There it jumped. Okay, I think I'm down near the bottom. Oh, hello, MIDI doctors. Welcome. Okay. MIDI doctors, the whole thing is ridiculous, yep. Oh, but it's really nerve-wracking living on the border of the United States right now. Gotta say, and that's most Canadians, because like 80% of the population lives within 100 kilometers of the border. Just, my anxiety has not been doing well these days. Anyway, let's get back into it. So we go from Venezuela to the threats towards Greenland. There it goes. Now I need to change that. There we go. So, Owen Jones tweeting out, how on earth can the BBC defend this? If it were Russia talking about Latvia, would the BBC say, using the Russian military to acquire Latvia? No, it wouldn't. This is slammed up example. Complain here. Oh, I should probably, do that. All you pawn jumpers, this is where you can complain. I think he actually did a video too, describing how to fill this out. You want to check that out. Hello, Soul Life. Back here. So, this is the little clip from BBC Breakfast. Our headlines for you today. Again, you can't have a fascist takeover without media complicity. It's just, you need the media to be on board with you and to, minimize it, dismiss it, make it seem like it's not a big deal, all that sort of stuff. Change the language. It's very 1984. I have an urge to reread that book for some reason. Oh, I think the movie of it is actually on YouTube, an old movie of it that I've been planning on watching. Anyway.
Good morning, 6 o'clock. Welcome to Breakfast with Sally Nugent and John Kay.
Our headlines for you today. Using the American military to acquire Greenland,
Using the U.S. military to acquire Greenland. So a bank robber just uses a gun to acquire the money from the bank? Is that how that works? They're making an acquisition there? No, we're just acquiring the money with this gun. That's all. That's what it is. The military. The U.S. will use the military to acquire Greenland. The level of gaslight, like this world we're living in. I've been the victim of abusive gaslighting before, so this is like it really me right now. But this, wow.
White House says it's one of the options President Trump and his team are discussing.
Yeah, one of the options. So there's this clip going around here. So this is from the Canadian Press. Trump, U.S. will do something on Greenland, whether they like it or not. Again, very abusive language there. Especially if you're a victim of like domestic violence and stuff like that. But, can we be shocked that Trump would just impose his will on people if he has the power to do it? Like he's in the Epstein files. He's been credibly accused. He's gone. What's the word? I want to make sure I get it right so that I don't get in trouble. But he has been found guilty on some stuff. Fuck, what's the word? I can't remember. Liable. That's it. He's been found liable. On essay and things of that sort. And some of the people who are credibly accusing him were children at the time. So can I be shocked that somebody with this predatory behavior would then start imposing his will on other countries because he has the power to? And that he's just going to do it whether they like it or not?
Policy question. How much money are you thinking of giving people in Greenland to get them on board with a possible U.S. takeover?
I'm not talking about money for Greenland yet. I might talk about that. But right now...
one of the options is to potentially offer all the people in Greenland some money. No. There's no amount of money you can pay me to help make this part of my country American. I don't care. There's not enough money in the world for that.
We are going to do something on Greenland, whether they like it or not, because if we don't do it, Russia or China will take over Greenland, and we're not going to have Russia or China as a neighbor. Okay? I would like to make a deal, the easy way, but if we don't do it the easy way, we're going to do it the hard way. And by the way, I'm a fan of Denmark too. I have to tell you, and they've been very nice to me. I'm a big fan, but the fact that they had a boat land there 500 years ago doesn't mean that they own the land.
Excuse me, what? So you understand how colonialism works? Yeah, Trump. Just because a bunch of boats, went to Turtle Island centuries ago, doesn't mean those settlers own the land. Just because a boat went to Greenland 500 years ago, I wouldn't be surprised if that number is completely off. Doesn't mean that they get to own it. Funny how that works. And yeah, John Martinez, I agree. They should be completely independent. They shouldn't be owned by anyone. Because a lot of the the vast majority of people who live in Greenland are indigenous to Greenland. So it should be an independent state. But yeah, Donald Trump nails it here. He nails it. Totally right on board with that. Like, just because a boat landed there 500 years ago doesn't mean they own it.
I'm sure we had lots of boats go there also. But we need that because if you take a look outside of Greenland right now, there are Russian destroyers, there are Chinese destroyers and bigger. There are Russian submarines all over the place. We're not going to have Russia or China.
Yeah, they're just all over the place. I was walking down the street the other day and there was a Russian submarine right there. Just like totally all over the place. You can't go more than a few blocks without bumping into one. It's like a Tim Hortons, basically. They're the Tim Hortons of the sea. The Canadians, they get that joke.
Occupy Greenland, and that's what they're going to do if we don't. So we're going to be doing something with Greenland, either the nice way or the more difficult way. And by the way,
again, just abusive language right there, abusive predatory language.
And NATO's got to understand that. I'm all for NATO. I saved NATO. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have a NATO right now.
A NATO. In the very near future, there might not be a NATO because of him.
But we're not going to allow Russia or China to occupy Greenland, and that's what's going to happen if we don't.
How about nobody occupy Greenland? How about the indigenous who live there actually not be occupied by anyone? How about that? Their own independent state. How about that? But if this sounded familiar, the easy way or the hard way, Trump said that somewhere around here.
And I'm a man, and I would like to make a deal, the easy way, but if we don't do it the easy way, we're going to do it the hard way.
Yeah, that there. That might sound familiar because again, Trump has this very nasty habit of imposing his will on people. Oops. So let's go here. Remember this? Brendan Carr, FCC head, under fire for Jimmy Kimmel's suspension. FCC part of the American government that, does all the stuff online or on TV, what's allowed and not allowed. And there was that thing after Charlie Kirk was killed that Jimmy Kimmel got kicked off air. But what exactly, how was it worded again? What were the specific words from the FCC chair?
Aired Kimmel's show. I mean, look, we can do this the easy way or the hard way.
Yep. They are just saying out loud what they're doing. There's no pretense. They're just telling us this is what they're doing. Oh, shit. I'm in the wrong screen still, aren't I? Let's do that. There we go. That looks better. You gotta remind me when I switch back and forth from YouTube. But yeah.
Aired Kimmel's show. I mean, look, we can do this the easy way or the hard way. These companies can find ways to change conduct, to take action, frankly, on Kimmel, or, there's going to be additional work for the FCC ahead.
Yeah, so Greenland can do this the easy way or the hard way. They can just do what we tell them to do, or we will force them to do it. That's what he's saying there. That is what he is saying. But yeah, the people in Greenland right now, rightfully terrified. I would be. I'm in Canada and I'm scared. Be super scared if I was living in Kingston. If you don't know what I mean by that, please ask and I'll just do a quick little synopsis of why I say Kingston in particular. But anyway. So Tilly here, former Greenland politician, just kind of saying how the mood is in Greenland right now. And it's a lot of nervous people and a lot of people feeling very betrayed.
Magnitude of what is happening, that, the future of Greenland could decide the fate of NATO.
We are aware, however, we are, I think, even in more disbelief than maybe the European countries are, that U.S. is threatening its allies since World War II, where they were the heroes. I mean, every movie that ever came out of that country, America is the hero, and all of a sudden they're now the villain. We just can't believe that. Greenlanders talk amongst each other. Some are frightened.
I can't wait for all the movies coming out of China, where it's now the Americans are always the terrorist villain in the movies. If you're white, you get typecast as the American villain in one of their movies. Yeah, that's all the stereotypical villains now should just be American. Because they're the biggest terrorists in the world right now.
Most are so angry, I can't even tell you the choice language that they use on social media. Demagogue is probably one of the nicer words that they use about him. Treating us like prostitutes and something we can just take over is also some of the nicer words that have been used about it. It's very disheartening that a country I have been to and been traveling to so many times for vacation, I think 13, 16 times. I love America. All of a sudden it's not our friend, but an opposing force. That is wild. How can we live in this world? Yeah.
We're out of time. Tilly Martinezson, thank you ever so much.
And as Nadia is pointing out, the U.S. was not a hero of World War II. Russia did a lot of that work. And such Chinese films have already been getting made. Well, I hope that they make it into the mainstream over here, because I think it's very apt. And so here we have some American politicians ooh, this is getting bad. We should say things out loud. So somebody pointed out, finally, the United States is waking up. No, they're not. Just a couple people here and there. On a whole, not really. So Representative Ted Lieu just drew a crystal clear line, and it matters more than most people seem to realize. If any military member from the generals on down participates in using force against Greenland without congressional authorization, they are following illegal orders. Trump doesn't give a fuck. What's going to happen? He's already had people do illegal orders. What happened in Venezuela was illegal. And then some of the generals and stuff that made that little TikTok about like, by the way, if you're in the military and American, you do not have to follow illegal orders. And then Trump threatened to get them executed. Remember that? Because that was like, what, 2 weeks ago? He doesn't care. He doesn't care. He doesn't care if it's legal or not. He'll just do it. And as long as there's enough people in the United States that will follow him, that's how he gets away with it. Donald Trump wouldn't be able to do shit if the legality of things meant anything. If the rest of the people stood up and said, this is illegal, so we're not going to do it, then Donald Trump wouldn't be able to get away with shit. But there's too many people that want that country to be a fascistic dictatorship. So this is how a constitutional system is supposed to work. Civilian control. Congressional authority, no freelance militarism because a president feels impulsive or humiliated or bored. Orders that violate the Constitution are not orders. They're illegal commands, and obedience is not a defense. What I like is the timing. This is not said after the damage is done. It's preemptive warning, a flare, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, this is what he said. And again, it doesn't matter. If there's no one going to hold Donald Trump to account, he's going to do whatever the fuck he wants.
I served on active duty in the military for 4 years and then additional 21 years in the reserves. I was a JAG. There is absolutely no legal justification whatsoever to use military force against a NATO ally, against Greenland. And if any military member, including the generals on down to enlisted members, if any of them participate in the use of military force against Greenland without congressional authorization, they are following illegal orders. That's simply a fact.
It's a fact. They're following illegal orders. And what kind of consequence are they going to get? The same type that the January 6ers got? Full pardons? And Don Davies pointing out a positive step, and I hope so. Like, I hope that this is actually where Mark Carney is going. I don't have faith in him. But yeah, we need to be working more with other nations and separating ourselves from the United States. But here Mark Carney is making, a pretty strong stance towards protecting Denmark's sovereignty and territorial integrity. Denmark's. You can only go so far with these people. Not, including Greenland, but yeah.
You are about to host our Minister of Foreign Affairs, actually in Greenland, Minister of Foreign Affairs, and our Governor General, who represents Canada, will be visiting in the start of February. You are about to host.
I have actually, though, very little faith that when the day comes that Trump actually does an aggressive move towards Greenland, this guy here, Mark Carney, will do anything. Will it be the same as what he said about Venezuela, where it's like, well, Maduro was a bad guy, so it's good that he's gone. Now let's move on. If you let Trump get away with it with one nation because you don't like the leader, it just emboldens him to do it to more. And Canada is in his sightline. I don't feel safe with this guy here. So Carney, we are making heavy investments in the Arctic. We'll be working with our Nordic partners. We'll be working through NATO.
The western flank of NATO, which would include Greenland, the Arctic, is, given the evolving threat environment, is an area that we as NATO Canada, obviously, importantly, given our geography, need to invest more. And this is a point that we've been making in recent years and since I became Prime Minister that we've really stressed. And with our buildup, that's just beginning of our military capabilities, we are making heavy investments in the Arctic. We'll be working with our...
But are we still making heavy investments in that thing called the Golden Dome? You know, that thing that he said we were going to spend like hundreds of billions on to help the United States with, the Golden Dome, to keep us protected from other nations when we need protection from the United States. It's funny how he only says, you know, what people will remember in the news over the past week and make reference to that. But how about all the money that we're given to Israel? How about that? How about we reinvest all of that money into protection from the United States? Like I was having this conversation with somebody yesterday. We've been so privileged here in Canada that pretty much since the wars that created our states between like Canada and the United States and other colonies and Indigenous folks and all that sort of stuff, there hasn't been wars fought here. You know, the United States had the Civil War. We didn't have that. So we've been very privileged in not having to confront that on our doorstep. It also means we don't have any infrastructure in place. Like, you know, warning systems, bomb shelters. We don't know what to do, how to react. We've never been in a situation where there's bombs falling. What? There's not even like a subway system here that we could go into in my city. So what are we supposed to do? What's the training on this sort of thing? How are we supposed to react? What happens if there's tanks rolling down our streets? What as we civilians are supposed to do? We don't have that. And we've been privileged enough that that has never been a worry for us. Now it is. And he's not making me feel any better about it.
Our Nordic partners will be working through NATO. This is one of the issues I'll be discussing with the Secretary General as part of an ongoing discussion with him around this to further advance it. The western flank of NATO.
So French President Emmanuel Macron declares it is time for a new partnership, calling for reforms in the international order. He warns this might is right, mentality is... Okay, I'm totally fucking up that accent. That's what happens when I hear too many accents in one show, but I can do a French accent from time to time. Anyway, this is what Emmanuel Macron was saying.
It is not enough to simply conclude in the face of this withdrawal that the end times are near. No, the time has come to come up with new partnerships, as is the case, as I said, for defense. And the next issue is international governance, which is a broad topic. And it would be naive to say that all is well when I have just told you how chaotic it is. That might is right seems to be reigning, and people are wondering if Greenland is about to be invaded or if Canada's about to become the 51st state, or if Taiwan is under threat. Many of you discussed this with me. Actually, on the contrary, I think that times are right to reform international governance, and perhaps it is the only opportunity to do so. And perhaps the right time has come to get more involved with the United Nations, given the...
And to some extent, I do think that one of the outcomes here is that nation building between other nations not becoming so reliant on the United States is a good thing. Because I've never liked that, you know, Canada's economy is so tied to the United States, because then when one ship goes down, you're anchored to it. It should be more diversified. We should have more manufacturing here in Canada So, like with the vaccines and stuff like that, we shouldn't have to outsource it to other countries. We should be able to do a lot of this stuff right here in Canada. But no one nation should have as much power as the United States has. Plain and simple.
That the number one member no longer believes in it. The second has less faith in it. And people are questioning all the values that we have defended on a daily basis.
So here's somebody else just saying, you know, NATO zero without America type thing is what Donald Trump is saying, and somebody responding to that. So yeah, how about, like, there's the thing. Other countries do have some power because all the military might that the United States has when it comes towards the Middle East is because of the military bases that they have in like NATO countries. And so if suddenly those bases got shut down and stuff like that, then all the interests that the states have involved with the Middle East would be taken away from them. There are ways to push back. There are ways to restrict their power, to take it away. And yeah, it should happen. So this one I'll have to read the subtitles. The strategy is wrong, but if it doesn't work, then the alternative must be formalized. So what do you mean? Do we mean that we distance ourselves in the sense that we must leave NATO? We must close American bases? We must sever trade relations? We must storm McDonald's? I don't know what we should do. Yeah. I'd say let's start by shutting down all the American bases. That would work. And here's Zach Polanski talking about, you know, the double standards that Ukrainian refugees receive versus other refugees. But I wanted to put this in here because what he says is very apt. But also, what do you think is going to happen with all these countries that are being destabilized because of the United States? There's going to be a lot more refugees of their creation. What's going to happen to them when they try to move to a more stable area? You know, they're not, a lot of them being brown folks. How are they going to get treated? We already know the answer. But, you know, this is a good point that he's making. And what Trump is doing is just going to make the refugee crisis skyrocket beyond belief. Every single country he mucks around in is just going to make refugees in that country.
People have opened their arms and homes to Ukrainian refugees, as they absolutely should. They're also fleeing a humanitarian war zone. But you can't help but notice that Ukrainian refugees have been accepted. But where is that same kindness and compassion to human beings from Syria, Yemen, Sudan, Eritrea?
Ukrainian refugees haven't been getting on small boats, though, have they?
Well, that's because they've been given safe and managed routes. And so we need...
Yeah, in here, Canada, Ukrainians had safe managed routes here. Only about 3,000 visas, special visas, were made for people from Gaza. And most of those weren't able to be used because of the hoops that people had to jump through. Oh, can you go to this building that no longer exists to get these forms that you need? That sort of thing. Can you prove to us you've never been part of Hamas in any way whatsoever? Can we check with your former employees what your entire neighborhood is leveled and you can't do that? Shucks darn, I guess you can't come over here. Yeah, we give access to some refugees and not the others. I wonder why that is.
need to have safe and managed routes for anyone fleeing from a war zone. You know, lots of people have opened their arms.
And so here we have, he's on Power Politics a lot. He's an anchor on CBC. And he says something that is really spot on.
You still hear several times a week, if you have conversations about the United States and about the Trump administration, that Trumpism will end in the fall when he loses the midterms. I'm starting to think that the right answer to that sort of assertion is, how much are you willing to bet?
Yeah, America isn't the way it is because he's president. He's president because America is the way it is.
Yep, right there. So I've watched some videos from the I've Had It podcast. Emma Vigeland from the Majority Report is absolutely in love with that show. They've had the host on, they've been on to her podcast and stuff. And when, what's her name? Jennifer Welsh from I've Had It. When she does her podcast, at the end, she'll be like, what is it? Hit it or had it with something. And the ones that I've seen so far, hit it or have had it with America. And of course, she's only asking Americans this so far that I've seen. Because if I were on, I would be like, oh, I've absolutely had it. All the problems we're seeing in the United States right now is systemic from the structure. This is how the country was, this is always where it was going to lead. This is how it was designed. This was always going to be the outcome. It was built on this premise. That's the thing. It is the systems, it is the government, it is the Constitution, it is everything. It's the way that they don't have checks and balances when they say that they do, and they're able to override and all this sort of stuff. That is America. We're where we are right now because of the way America was built, how it's run, everything. So I've had it. I've had it with America and their colonialism and their warmongering and everything that is just built right into that system. Their system has allowed for this to happen, which means their system is fundamentally flawed in how they run their country, their constitution. The fact that they don't update it from time to time, here in Canada, we do. So going by a constitution that was written by a bunch of privileged white slave owners hundreds of years ago shouldn't really be applied to today. Just saying, maybe needs an update. But yeah, I've had it because this was always going to be the outcome of the United States. It is how the system was designed to work. And we're seeing it in real time now. But yeah, it's the America isn't the way because he's president. He's president because America is this way. If it wasn't Trump, it would have been somebody else. And maybe in their first term would have been more competent and done a lot of what Trump is doing right now in the first term. But this was always going to be the outcome.
And Trumpism will likely survive Trump because you can see the capture of the Republican Party, right? And anyway, go to the White House and .gov and look at what they've posted about January 6th. It is quite the piece of information.
You still hear several.
Oh, and I don't really have much on Iraq right now because that is still happening. Iran. Because that is still happening. There's media blackouts, there's the internet blackout, all this sort of stuff. And it's going to be one of those things again after like a big mass shooting or something or a big event. I tend to say, don't dismiss anything you hear, but don't take anything at face value. And so we're right there right now with the protests that are going on. Hundreds of people have undoubtedly been killed. What the exact number is, I don't know. And it is a horrific situation. The government there, they're on, Amnesty International has a bunch of information about the rights violations that they're responsible for and whatnot. But here is white feminism for you, right here. J.K. Rowling. Totally missing the mark on this one because here she's like, if you claim to support human rights, yet can't bring yourself to show solidarity with those fighting for liberty in Iran, you've revealed yourself. You don't give a damn about people being oppressed and brutalized so long as it's being done by the enemies of your enemies. There's a lot to unpack there, but I'm going to keep it short. And somebody just saying, Yes, we should support the women of Iran who are deprived of universal human rights. However, your brand of selective feminism is not feminism. It's cynical posturing to cover for the fact that you and others have abandoned the women and girls of Palestine Gaza during an ongoing genocide. Their universal human rights have been trampled on for decades. It's a facet of privileged white feminism that you chose to highlight the plight of women of color when it won't cost you a thing in the way of book deals, adulation, or status. Until you educate yourself about intersectionality and walk the talk, then you're in no position to preach about revealing yourself. Also, Queen of the Turfs. Now, the reason why this is really revealing of J.K. Rowling in her white feminism is independent reporter, Palestinian reporter here that I have featured plenty of times on my channel, Samara. She points out something interesting about this freedom poster, this iconic freedom poster. Like, if you look at this Iranian woman, if we were all that cool to smoke cigarettes off the flames of a pitcher. Yeah, if all women were as strong as this Iranian woman. This woman is in a parking lot in Richmond Hill, Ontario. She is not in Iran. Because somebody else is saying, imagine if Russian men had a fraction of the bravery of that Iranian woman. So, see your jacket? See the snow in the background? Yeah. It's easy to do that when you're in Canada. And we still have a lot of our freedom of speech. Not all of it, it's being infringed on. But yeah, we still have a lot of our freedom of speech going on here. It's easy to do that. Here in Canada, where you're safe. But again, it's the world we live in. But let's make, sure, it is an iconic picture. It's cool. I get it. But it might as well be AI for all the depth that it has. And then Eve's Angler is again just pointing out some of the hypocrisy that we deal with in this country, because here we have Prime Minister of Canada. Canada strongly condemns the killing of protesters, the use of violence and arbitrary arrests and intimidation tactics by the Iranian regime against its own people. We stand in solidarity with the Iranian people whose voice must be heard as they demand freedom and dignity. And I do agree with that. I don't believe that, any other country should go in and do a regime change, but I do support the protesters there. The Iranian government has been horrible. But as Eve's Angler points out, does Canada strongly condemn ICE's killings and shooting of protesters? Funny how they condemn it in one country and not another. Because in my Twitter feeds, I'm sure it would have popped up because a lot of my moots would be saying something sarcastic about it. If, the Canadian Prime Minister said what ICE is doing in the United States is reprehensible, it probably would have popped up in my timeline. But, yeah, easy to say that about a country you dislike, that you don't have a partnership with. Not so much when it's coming from the United States, though. The amount the United States is allowed to get away with is absolutely ridiculous. Anyway, go back to the main shot. Next, we'll be talking about ICE and the shooting of the protester, the woman. So that is next in line. Let me just close down. Is it this one? Oh, it's this one that I can close. Okay. Trying to close tabs as I go along because I have way too many tabs open. So before we do that, let me just queue it up here. Okay. Go and check the SandBox. The Wild West. Who the fuck is Pro Atoll Joanne? Yeah. Ah, okay. Let's see. NATO, nada, tomato, tomato, says the Wild West. I'm going to have to scooch through a lot of these. Being active in the sandbox is great because it helps in the algorithms, so please do that. So we've got Soul Life in there. Michael saying the BBC wasn't allowed to say kidnapped with Maduro either. I covered that. I did a news live stream. I think it was last week's news live stream where I was covering primarily Venezuelan stories. And yeah, I did cover the fact that they're being sidelined in what they can say. Okay. Oh, I'm at the top. Okay, so let's start scrolling down. And some of the pond jumpers are going to bed because it's probably pretty late over there. Have a good night for those that are off to sleep. I'm going to be at this for a little bit longer because there's still a lot to go through. Okay, I saw some of those. John Martinez, I guess October 12th, 1492 doesn't ring a bell. Talking about Trump saying, you know, if the boat lands there 500 years ago, it doesn't mean they own it. I agree. If the boat landed there even 100 years ago, 2 years ago, I agree. The Wild West, he's debunked colonialism. It's all over. Yay! Hello, Schmegley. Welcome to the sandbox. And scooch through. Hello, Pup Tetris. Everyone who's tuning in a bit late that doesn't know already, please go check out my new channel. I've pinned it to the top of the sandbox. It's called Sandy Lovis. And it's about art and creative stuff and not about politics. Check out the first video I posted. It's kind of like the channel trailer for it. And subscribe and help me get over 100 sooner than later so that I can claim the URL as well. Boku, isn't Tim Hortons equal to Burger King? I think they're owned by the same people. So Life, Tim Hortons is vastly inferior to our Wawa? Tim Hortons is not a Canadian corporation anymore, so I don't even care. I like independent coffee places. You know, I like going to a coffee place in a city where you can't just go to the next city and get into it. Uniqueness. I like uniqueness. Okay. Just need to scooch through a lot of these because, yeah, it's still a lot to go over. Yes, whenever you see me casually put the book up in front of my face like this, it's because I'm eating something. I have some cookies because I went to an event yesterday and I baked up a whole bunch of my cookies because that's one of the few things I can cook. I really overestimated how many I needed. So the amount of leftovers I had will keep me fed for a long, long time of just cookies. It's a good thing they're really good. So I have a lot of cookies for the next while. I'll have to figure out the best way to store them though. Let's see. Many doctors, he's going on a distraction from bad economy and Epstein with his foreign adventurism. There's lots of motivations for why Trump is doing what he's doing, but his own well-being is probably number one to him. And I think he even stated it. I recall a video of him stating it that, you know, should he lose power, then he might face charges. uh, Phillipson, Twitter X to be banned in the UK. Not sure if it could be action. Twitter is a cesspit of social media rants, but censorship. And I am aware of the AI stuff is doing. I do have that to be covered. I was planning on covering a lot of this in a special live stream on Friday, but I was just too done in with the news of the week to cover the horrors of what Twitter is doing and some of the issues around that. So it will be a one-off live stream where I devote to that subject in the near future, depending on how things go here at home. For people who are sticking around to the end, I'll explain it then. But I will be covering that topic. And it's not about necessarily just censorship. It's about doing illegal activities. Like, it's illegal to make that type of material. If Twitter isn't willing to ban Grok from doing that, and they can, then it should be taken down. Because it's illegal and it is horrific. And right now, they just basically put it behind a paywall by saying, well, only if you're a blue check mark can you make CP on demand with Grok. So he's just pimping out his platform right now. It's disgusting. Like, to me, this isn't about censorship. Like, there's censorship as in, don't say these words on the BBC. And then there's like, well, it's making illegal child material, or it's violating and sexually harassing the women that use the platform. It's making the world a more dangerous place. That isn't about free speech there. That is, you know, allowing people to use a tool to actually commit illegal acts and harass other people. That's a step above, you know, just like, ban these words. And it's, yeah, it's an easy fix to make it so Grok can't do that. Mumi saying, I asked Alexa how long it would take for the US to take over Canada. 24 to 48 hours, but they would have a really hard time keeping us because we're very patriotic. Well, that's a lot of countries, but there's a lot of patriotism that goes into that statement. The reality of it, I think, is something else. I think there's a lot of Canadians that are very gung-ho about, like, oh, we protect it, we go into the woods, we do this and that and the other thing. But if the reality of that situation came to their doorstep, I don't think so. It's a lot of bluster. It's a lot of bluster. But in practice, a lot of people won't step up to that. So they'd be forced to go into militias or something. But it would be difficult for the United States to hold us. At what cost? Just let's make sure it doesn't happen in the first place. Many doctors, Gaza made all of this normalized. Well, it goes back further than that. Because, you know, like Gaza in general, yes, not just like what happened on October 7th, but the fact that it had been an open-air prison for a couple decades. That Palestinians were restricted as to how far they could go off the coast to do fishing, that they weren't allowed in and out of the territory freely, that in the West Bank, there were restrictions on them, like they can't collect rainwater. They were putting cement in the wells so that they couldn't get water that way. They were making life inhospitable for them and forcing them out of their homes. And all the Western nations stood by and did nothing. And when you allow that to happen, it just emboldens them to go further. And once one country does it, another country will look at it and be like, if you're not paying attention to the rules, then why should I? Moonmire roads have so many large potholes, I think the tanks would get stuck in the streets. Yeah, as soon as we get hit by a heavy winter. Ooh! Did you put the right type of washer fluid in that? Looney Tunes, I can do a British accent for all of half a second sentence if I was listening to it directly beforehand. But if I just try to do one, no. Or if I'm talking to a bunch of British people, then I'll pick up their accent without thinking about it. But as soon as I start thinking about it, I won't be able to do it. It's one of those amazing abilities that I can do all these accents, but as long as I'm not thinking about it, as soon as I try, I fail. Vicky Clee, yes, we should close all US bases. Uh-huh. I'd be on board with that. Nadia, hence I refuse to be repatriated alive. I guess that's about being forced to be part of the United States. Or refugees. I don't suggest, yeah, Nadia, I don't suggest they revise the Constitution now when they're in the middle of like fascism. But the fact that they just don't do it is ridiculous. It should be updated from time to time. And the government, it should be like a nonpartisan thing, but I don't think the United States is capable of anything nonpartisan right now. It should have happened a long time ago. Vicky Clee, love that Canadian picture. It is a very iconic picture, but yeah. Oh, where'd it go? It did a jump. It did a jump. Where was it? Where was it? Oh my god, I've been talking for too long. I'll have to scooch down through a lot of this so I can get on to the next docket, because again, there's a lot to go over. Looney Tunes, hey, Zandy, the link to your channel is not pinned. Yes, it is. Subscribe to my new channel. I see it pinned. Are you not seeing it pinned? I see it pinned. Maybe try refreshing your screen, Looney Tunes? Let's see. Oh, okay, I need to scooch down to the bottom. Anyway, yeah, let's move on to the next thing. So, recently, another horrific thing. So I talked about it before I started getting into the news dockets, about how we're being collectively traumatized right now in the news, witnessing actual murders, you know, on the screen, then seeing officials dismiss it, minimize it, blame the victims, lie about the victims, lie about the incident when we can all see what happened with our own eyeballs. The gaslighting is to a level I have never seen before. And I've been in abusive situations with a lot of gaslighting before, and this is just off the fucking charts, what is happening. And so it's good that we do have some politicians like AOC who is speaking out and saying what it is, but I just wanted to go over a few stories. I'm not going to be there's one video here that shows the shooting that I'm going to be covering up, because even though it's not graphic, it's graphic, because that is the moment this person's life ends. And you know, it's the same as like the Venezuelan boats that were being bombed. People might think it's not graphic, but it is, because in that puff of smoke you see on that screen, there were real people there who lost their lives, innocent people, families and friends whose lives are forever changed because of it. And they got mocked by the US government. They got mocked by right-wingers. And so it's seeing all of this violence being unleashed towards us, all this abuse and violence, and then the abuser mocking us and laughing at us and lying about it and still accusing us of being the hateful ones. And yeah, you can go back earlier in the live stream. I tried to put in words how I was feeling about it, but it's weighing. You know, I think a lot of people might not feel it necessarily on the surface because they're trying to distract themselves so much and just get on with their lives. But then every now and then they're just going to have a complete meltdown because no matter how much you try to ignore this, it's only going to get worse. And I don't see this getting better in the foreseeable future. So it's important to acknowledge it. And find healthy ways of coping with it. My suggestion is to get involved with the community, with real people. Volunteer in your community with like Soup Not Bombs, Acorn, Amnesty International, other community organizations and things of that sort. And once you learn about one, you'll start learning about others that you can get involved with. But it's so important now more than ever to connect with the people in your community, because it's going to be community support that's really going to help you get through this. So let's get on to it. So yeah, AOC she was questioned about the shooting, the ICE agents just killing that woman. Probably because the man felt like she was mocking him. So he just shot her. And then the president went out and lied about it, lied about what happened, lied about the victim. And it's very possible he's not going to face any consequences, even though he should. And that's the other frustration, is that the people who have the ability to hold accountable these monsters aren't doing their fucking job. There are people that could put a warrant out for his arrest right now, and they're not doing it. At least not as when I was last checking Twitter anyway. We know who did it. We know who shot her. He should be in jail right now. And Kyle Klinsky also had like another tweet from earlier about Venezuela, like the fact that Congress isn't at work right now doing something about this. The whole system needs to be burned down. The whole system is flawed if the people who have the power to do something about it are doing nothing. But AOC is at least speaking out, which just makes me worried for her, to be honest, especially in this climate, especially with Trump threatening the opposition, even threatening to execute some people for just reminding people in the military that they shouldn't follow illegal orders. And again, in Canada, we like to think it would never happen here. But, well, we'll get to those stories in a little bit. So here we go. And then I can actually close that screen. There we go. So, I don't need to read this because she says it.
Congresswoman, can I real quick get your reaction to the shooting death in Minnesota of the woman by the ICE agent?
This is what It's a nightmare. It's a nightmare. This is what we've been warning about for a very long time, and it is. I'm just. It's tragic to say, but from the moment that, I mean, from the moment that this Congress decided to authorize and explode ICE's budget, they are accountable to no one. It's important that people know that ICE has less accountability than virtually any law enforcement agency in the United States. And yet they are some of the most well-funded. They are operating with impunity, and we just saw them murder an American citizen in cold blood in the street. And despite whatever lies that the president wants to say about what was happening in this, you can see what happened for yourselves. They shot a woman in the head in cold blood on the street. I hope that this incident is prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, and this is an agency that must be reined in.
Thank you, Congresswoman.
Like this type of thing, the prosecution has to be aggressive on this. There's no dilly-dallying. There's no like, oh, we gotta wait and get all of... Make a goddamn scene about this. But this was always going to be the outcome. And it's going to get worse. Because, again, it goes back to the child separation that was happening at the border. And there was that footage of... it was just audio, but you could hear all these kids crying and the guards yelling at them to shut up. And they were crying because they were taken away from their families. And how many of those children went missing and were never actually ended up being accounted for, you know, torn away from their families. The fact that already a lot of undocumented people have been killed in these raids, have been targeted, families ripped apart, people just being kidnapped off the streets. You go back to the Black Lives Matter protests, and there were people going around in vans and just taking protesters off the street and putting them into God knows where. When we allow for that to happen, this is always going to be the outcome. When you give a bunch of, you know, white supremacists, white nationalists, aggrieved men the power to do whatever the fuck they want, they're going to do it. Come on. If you're going to jump up, jump up. There we go. But like a lot of the people who sign up for ICE are abusive assholes. You know, they're white nationalists. They're the J6ers. They're the people who are more than happy to be violent towards, you know, the people they don't like. And then they're given a gun and impunity. You need to go after these people hard. Like ICE shouldn't just be disbanded. Like that's the absolute bare minimum because it is a fairly new agency to begin with. Everyone involved right now needs to go to fucking prison. Like there needs to be trials like on Nuremberg level. Okay, I don't know if this is going to work with you on my lap right now, sweetie. Come on. Come on. Come on. There you go. There we go. Like everyone who's responsible for a crime, an ICE agent who's responsible for a crime during this needs to be arrested. Any ICE agent who has ever harassed anyone, who's ever arrested anyone, they need to be put on trial. They need to be held accountable for participating in this because this is absolutely going to get worse unless we actually see pushback. Because if all we do is we see the politicians put their hand up in the air and be like, well, what can we do? What does that say to the people? How safe do they feel? How protected do they feel? Of course not. And, you know, already what can people do? Because some people have tried calling the cops only to find out that the cops are kind of on board with ICE agents, or they don't want to interfere. And there's a lot of cops that probably wish that they could become ICE agents. It's just, you know, the authority state, the people who have been in power, it's always been about protecting property and the privilege, not about helping, you know, the average person. So more from AOC here.
What are the implications of that?
Well, first of all, what happened and what we saw today was a horrific act of violence. And, you know, my heart goes out to the victim's family of this. You know, I think what we have now seen and what we are seeing is that ICE is not just becoming an anti-immigrant force in this country, it's becoming an anti-civilian paramilitary organization. People are getting taken off of the streets for exercising their free speech rights. The president himself has asserted.
Again, this isn't the first time this has happened. Go back to the Black Lives Matter. That was happening back then too. But it seems like it was a lifetime ago, that type of thing was so long ago that we were horrified at the fact that people were just being tossed in vans and disappeared.
That, in fact, one of the reasons that this murder may have been quote unquote justified is on free speech grounds. So this is now turned into what our greatest fear is and has been for a long time around ICE, that this will be used as an anti-civilian force, that it has no accountability. At the end of the day, what we saw today is a murder. And murders in cold blood need to be prosecuted.
And this guy, the way he yells and screams, I just want to hear so much more of, because I feel it. I feel it so much that you just want to do what this guy is doing. It's a little cathartic just hearing somebody scream this at ICE agents.
Bunch of bitches!
Right here.
You heard it from me!
So apparently he's a Vietnam veteran, confronts federal ICE agents outside Whipple Federal Building in Minnesota.
That's right. I hope you can see through those thick-ass glasses that you fucked up. You stand there and sanction this bullshit, and they kill a woman. They're ruining businesses that have been here for generations. They're fucking up this community. You can go home safe, but no, you're here to terrorize this city. A bunch of bitches if I've ever seen a bunch. And I'm telling you to your face, and if you don't like it, fuck you.
Yes.
Bunch of bitches.
And there was that woman, let's see if we can see the sign. Is it here that we can see it? No, back here. Anyway, there's a woman, oh right, off to the side here, that has a sign that says, "I'm nice, but fuck ICE." And somebody just pointed out, worth noting, that not a single Republican has ever even remotely had that shit on to this effect. Yeah, where are the so-called Republicans? Well, not so-called. Where are the white nationalists calling this out? This shouldn't just be a Democrat thing. You know, it shouldn't just be Democrats calling it out, and a lot of them aren't even doing that. This should be across the board. When, like, the line was crossed a long time ago when the abuses towards undocumented people were happening, when they were being kidnapped, people who weren't guilty of any crimes, because, you know, being undocumented isn't a crime, it's a civil violation. Being put into like alligator Alcatraz, the fact that we don't know where all of them went still. People who are just disappeared, who the family can't find what facility they're in, they're being separated and now being forced into other countries that they have no ties to, and all this sort of stuff. At what point do they start speaking? Because now an American citizen was just shot in the head, and they're still quiet. And I'm talking like Chuck Schumer type thing. They still don't have the anger, the rage that should be there. Like the fact that, you know, there isn't a riot within Congress right now is a stain on everything these Americans claimed to have been. So then there's this here, somebody just quote tweeting this out, that there was a memorial set up for her. And then the ICE agents just came over and started to desecrate it.
Really, you fucking punk? That's what you're gonna fucking do?
What?
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 What? Do you know what
Back
the fuck
up.
is that is for?
Back up.
What is that for?
Back up.
What is...
And note, this is the police. This isn't the ICE agent. There's a little patch on his arm there that says police. The police aren't going to protect you from ICE.
What is that for?
Back up.
What is that for?
Back up.
You're gonna push me? What is that for?
Back up.
What was that
I don't
for?
give a fuck.
You don't give a fuck about
Back
her?
up.
Bro, this is why we're here.
Back up.
This is why we're here.
Back up.
What's her name? Renee Good?
Back up.
And you fucking, that's a memorial to her. That's a memorial to her.
So somebody had mentioned in the sandbox earlier about Brian, and here's the tweet. So yeah, again, this happened a lot. Whenever there's a left wing or somebody who appears to be on the left wing, a Democrat, assaulted, assassinated, it doesn't matter. The right wing will gloat, they'll blame the victim, they'll say they deserved it, but then as soon as a right winger is targeted, oh no, the left are the hostile, bigoted, hateful ones. Charlie Kirk was assassinated not that long ago, and all these people were up in arms about the few people online celebrating the death of their abuser. And they did not hesitate to immediately start attacking the victims in this. And they weren't public people. These were private civilians. They didn't have a big platform. They didn't have a network. They weren't worth millions of dollars. She was a mom of 3 who dropped her kids off at school. Part of an average neighborhood. Being attacked for being a victim. Because here's Brian Passafume. Pisfume. And he tweeted this out about this case. In this case, the far left ended up catching a few well-deserved bullets for their miscalculation. So here he's saying that this mother, you know, got what she deserved. She wasn't attacking the ICE agents. She wasn't trying to run him over. Anyone who's seen the video knows this. And even if she was driving towards him, he could have stepped out of the fucking way. Cars aren't that agile. She wasn't in one of those, you know, fancy, oh fuck, what's that series called? That has like 16 sequels now that I've watched probably 1,000 times. With Vin Diesel, you know the series, the movie series I'm talking about, okay? She wasn't in a vehicle capable of just like skidding off to the side and swiping him out. And somebody damn well better put that movie franchise in the sandbox by the time I look over there. But this is a Canadian, and you would never guess, right-winger, because he's part of the Toronto Sun. Toronto Sun, right-wing rag. Fast and Furious, the Wild West gets the prize. So Rachel Gilmore just says, he deleted it, but I hope no one ever forgets that he said this. Honestly, though, if you've seen how Brian speaks about Palestinian lives, this shouldn't surprise you at all. And again, just to show the hypocrisy in all of this, this is what he tweeted out back on September 11th. You know, Charlie Kirk was killed. The outrage over Rachel Gilmore's vile Charlie Kirk tweets proved too much. It seems she locked down her account. I have a video essay I put together about Charlie Kirk's assassination, and I make reference to this tweet that Rachel sent out where she was just talking about, you know, some controversy about it. She never said Charlie deserved it. She never said that, you know, good, he's dead. No, she had a very reasonable take on the situation. And she was attacked. She was put at the top of a list, Charlie's hit list type thing. And he was one of the assholes attacking her. And here he is saying that this woman deserved to be shot in the head. Can't say I'm surprised that this guy also was attacking her for saying a very reasonable statement about Charlie Kirk. And the service is just pointing out, should be a bigger news, that bureau chief of the Toronto Sun is openly celebrating an unarmed woman being publicly executed by the state. And I was just curious what his Twitter bio said, so I decided to check it out. So, national politics reporter, Toronto Sun, again, American-owned right-wing rag. National Post, another right-wing American-owned rag, so on and so forth. Photog, Dad. Star Trek? The fuck you put Star Trek in your bio for, asshole? How dare you? Do you not understand that series at all whatsoever? You don't get to claim Star Trek. You absolute fucking monster. Okay? Like, it's just the cognitive dissonance that he must be going through right now. To be a fan of Star Trek, but to be this kind of asshole, I don't get how you could be a fan of Star Trek and tweet this bullshit out. Do you not understand that series whatsoever? How? How can you be a fan of a show that was all about socialism, getting rid of money, accepting everyone, accepting refugees, immigrants, treating everyone with kindness, like all of that, and tweet shit like that out? I don't get it. I don't understand that. My God. Okay, so the next one, I think, oh no, the next one I don't think has the footage. Oh, so the next one is, again, talking to AOC about like, oh, well, Jesse Waters has invited you on his show. Why aren't you going on? She replies.
Corporations. Would you join him?
He's accused me of, he has sexualized me on his show. He has sexually harassed me on his show. He has engaged in horrific, sexually exploitative
That's
rhetoric.
not true, Congresswoman.
It is true. It is true because he accused me of wanting to quote unquote sleep with Stephen Miller. So why don't you tell me what you think is acceptable to tell a woman? Thank you.
Yeah, Jesse Waters. I think I covered him in one of my Rebel HQ videos where I'm like a guy who likes to, you know, splash water on a drowning puppy type thing. He is just absolute horrid piece of shit. He let the air out of a tire so that a woman had to turn to him to go home, and he ended up cheating on his wife with her and marrying her or something. Like, it's just very predator. He's one that has said before that Canada should be so lucky to be invaded by the United States. Horrible predatory language constantly coming out of him. Now, I've switched over the main screen because I'm going to be showing a video of Fox News with him talking, and it does show the footage of the shooting, and I don't want to show that on screen. But Natalie Shure had quote tweeted out this thing saying, the point here is clearly to assure viewers, don't worry, she's the kind of person you would have wanted to kill too. And Aaron Rupar had tweeted out the clip saying Jesse Waters highlights that Renee Nicole Good, the woman killed by ICE, had pronouns in her bio and leaves behind a lesbian partner and child from a previous marriage. Why that would matter, I don't know, but here's the audio of the clip for you guys.
The woman who lost her life was a self-proclaimed poet from Colorado.
self-proclaimed. I think she was a poet.
With pronouns in her bio. A 37-year-old white.
Yeah, because she had pronouns in her bio, therefore, don't feel bad for her. She's one of the ones that you want out of here. You know? Like, what loss is it then if it's just one of those people? Pronouns in her bio.
A woman named Renee Good. The Daily Mail says she leaves behind a lesbian partner and a child from a previous marriage.
Oh, a lesbian and somebody who has children from multiple men. Oh. Yeah, so don't feel too bad about her being shot. Absolute disgusting.
Was a disruptor, though she considered herself a legal observer. But there's no evidence she had a law degree.
Again, this is a private citizen that he is attacking. She wasn't, you know, a pundit, a politician. She didn't have a platform. She was just, you know, a civilian, a private civilian who this asshole ICE agent just got upset because I believe the last thing she said to him was, "I'm not mad at you." And he took that as a slight against, I don't know, his manhood or something. And so he unloaded his gun on her. But here we have, to follow up with this a little bit. So Duncan is just pointing out, women not looking like porn actors look like small, weak men, apparently, because they're going after the woman's wife. So he's also saying, well, here's a question for men. Why do you think women are small, weak, unless they are decorated like a Christmas tree? I've never understood it. Woman is in a costume. A butch lesbian does not and has not ever looked like a man. I'm quite a connoisseur of what men look like. I don't know what lesbians desire, but logically, if they are kind of like me, i.e. same-sex attracted, then maybe, just maybe, they are attracted to women in their natural state. No fancy decorations required. Because here we have this guy just pointing out, genuine question for my lesbian homies. What is the appeal of a woman who looks exactly like a very small and weak man who offers basically sex with plastic replica of male sex organs? And somebody saying, imagine choosing this over a man. And so they put a picture out of her wife and they're criticizing her based on her appearance. Private citizen who just lost her spouse. You know, they were parents of children. What the fuck? What are you doing? Where is any modicum of decency in this? That you would go after her wife like this, a private citizen. While also, again, being extremely homophobic. Because lesbians don't choose women over men. They are attracted to women. And women can express themselves in all sorts of different ways, not just the way that for the male gaze. Absolutely disgusting. Okay, so how long have I been at this? Almost 3 hours. Got a lot more to scooch through. So next we'll be talking about Palestine. The next dockets, they're a little smaller at least. Then it's federal and then some provincial stuff. And the federal and provincial dockets in particular are very short. So the next 3 dockets aren't particularly long, but are important to get to because, you know, in the noise of all of this news that is constantly happening, it's important to not forget where we're from, you know, not forget about the other stories that are happening, the ones that aren't as existential, but are still, you know, affect our day-to-day lives in ways that we might not feel right away. So I'm going to check the SandBox before we move on. Okay, and there's Looney Tunes not understanding how refresh works. So I know how far back I've went. So Life the Fed is hiding him and saying he's missing. Yeah, first Trump said that he was lucky to be alive because of the brutal attack by being hit by this woman in the car. And that he was in the hospital and all that sort of stuff. But now we don't really know where he is because they're covering for him. They're giving him a safe space so he doesn't have to face, consequences for his actions. So he won't be held accountable. Shamagley, I heard the state of Minnesota is going to file charges rather than the FBI, so there may be a chance. With a lot of these things, I'll believe it when it happens. Until then, I'll believe it when it happens, and then on top of that, I'm not going to hold my breath until they're actually, found guilty. Because, again, we're talking about the United States here, and there have been clear-cut cases of police murdering black men, just all over the place. Clear-cut cases, or killing somebody because they went into the wrong house, and all of this sort of stuff, and over again, the police get off because they felt they were in danger, or it was just an honest mistake, not knowing what house they were in and just shooting before they asked questions, that sort of thing. So even if this does go to trial, there's a good chance he won't be found guilty because, he panicked and he felt like his life was in danger because she was behind the wheel of this weapon, this weaponized vehicle. Yeah, Mumi, it doesn't matter how Congress votes when it comes to Trump doing what he wants. If there's no one there to enforce it, it doesn't matter. Talking about Congress and voting against, Venezuela, and, people saying, well, if he, invades Greenland, then that's a clear cut. He's breaking the law. And it's like, but if nobody is going to enforce it, then it doesn't mean anything. Yeah, the police warrants need to be out there, MIDI doctors. Whenever it's the other way around, we get minute-to-minute updates, even when they're wrong, like the assassination of Charlie Kirk. But, these types of stories. Looney Tunes Midas Touch sucks ass. They do get good clips, though. I'm not necessarily a huge fan of their commentary, and I'm not a fan of their Canadian commentary. Yeah, and just replying to some of the comments going on, I've seen videos about police officers saying, well, you're trained in such a way and blah, blah, blah. And if there is a vehicle coming at you, this is what you're supposed to do and all this sort of stuff. Basically everything this ICE agent didn't do. Yeah. Oh, have a good night, Vicky Clee. I watched a 13-minute video earlier this morning when I couldn't sleep about a DoorDash worker who ran into the house of the people she was delivering food for because ICE agents started swarming her and her car and stuff like that. And the couple in the house were recording it with their phones and stuff like that. She has like 11,000 TikTok followers and whatnot. And they were screaming at the ICE agents to get off their property and stuff. And then the woman, she was Native American, feeling so conflicted and torn that here are these ICE agents wanting to storm through her house, being threatening to charge her for harboring an illegal, harboring a criminal type thing, demanding that they bring her out of the home and just offer her up to these ICE agents. And the fear and terror in the couple, because it was a couple in this house who had a child there too, terrified that these ICE agents were going to storm in and start shooting up, because this was after the ICE agents killed the woman. And neighbors started to come over and blow whistles and stuff. And then you see the woman, she speaks only Spanish. And so somebody from the street came in to try to talk to this woman. And she is just completely losing her shit. Like, she is crying and she doesn't know what to do. And she's just terrified. And the couple who are recording it, they're calling the police, asking the police to help. And the police are like, can't do anything. Can't do anything. It's not our problem. It's not our problem. They took someone out of the vehicle. I don't even know the full details on that. That the DoorDash driver was in. But, you know, the couple were freaking out because they didn't want to turn her over, but they didn't feel like they had a choice. And, like I said, the woman of the couple was just screaming at them about, you know, her ancestors and this being stolen land and how this is like just ripping her soul apart being Native American in this situation. And eventually the ICE agents left because a whole bunch of the neighbors came over and you could hear the whistles being blown and stuff like that. But I don't know what happened to the person they pulled out of the car. I watched this again when I was like half asleep, so I don't remember. I don't think I liked it. Oh, I know I didn't like it because then I would have found it. Let's see if I can find it for you. And then I can just post the link if you're interested in watching. It was a horrifying video to watch. Let's see, search. This is it. Okay, this is one of the videos, I guess, of it, but it's not the one, because there's one that I saw that has like a follow-up video with it. And if I'm going to post a link, I want to, oh, it's not that one. There'd be a lot more likes to it. This one? I can post the main one. It's just the one that I watched. There was also like a follow-up, a 3-minute long follow-up video and a link to the woman's TikTok. Oh, that's not it. So that's the one that ideally I would like to link to you all. This one? Okay, I'll just link you to the first one. You should be able to find her TikTok from that. As I'm still looking. I get very obsessive when I'm looking for things. Nope, it's not that. Oh, yeah. Let me scroll back up to the top. So you can see rights don't mean shit when ICE. This is devastating. She was working for DoorDash. So yeah, it's about 13 minutes long, and it looks like it's Storm I Baby with 2 Y's 27 as the TikTok account. I'm sure she has more than 11,000 followers at this point. So you can probably find her on TikTok as well. Or I can for you. But that's the link to this video here. Actually, yeah, I should be able to find her on TikTok. Shot. TikTok. So Storm I Baby. Oh, go away. You better not be playing audio right now. Oh, fuck. I need to log in on this one, don't I? Okay. Let's go to this browser. Search. Stormibab. Oh, there we go. Her TikTok took off. Oh, I'll have to, let's do that. So yeah, her TikTok took off. It's now over 160K. But this is the video here. Or it could be a bit further down, and that's just like a follow-up video that she did on it. So I'll toss this link into the SandBox as well for anyone who's on TikTok. Anyway, I'm getting distracted and we need to get back to the news. The horrible, horrible, shitty news. Okay. Oh, right. So, right, comments. John Martinez, funny how that coward deleted his post about Brian. Yeah. People getting the Fast and the Furious. It took me a while. Actually, one of those movies might be nice to watch after this. It's one of those mindless action movies that are so stupid. It's just like helps me shut my brain off. Go, Sandy, go. What? What did I say? Let's see. The Wild West. I've got pronouns in my bio and I don't wear makeup. Do I deserve to die? Yeah. These people. B-Cat. Then he shouldn't have the gun. Yeah. Boston Brian is an exception. Oh, talking about Midas Touch, I think. The reference frame, I knew her follower account would explode. Yeah, it's a very intense video that she posted. Oh, okay. Need to get back to the news, unfortunately. So the next one, no, wait a sec. That's not the next one. The next one is this one, Palestinian stuff. Okay. Netanyahu apparently had a very challenging interview. Where are these reporters the rest of the time? I don't know, but there should be more, a hell of a lot more like this. And of course, he just lies his fucking ass off. So I need to turn that one back on. And then change the properties to this one. So this is the one of the clips, and then there's a longer clip on YouTube that I'm going to be showing. Yeah. Okay. So this is the first one that Hazma tweeted out. The Economist editor-in-chief presses Netanyahu on why Israel won't allow foreign journalists to independently enter Gaza. He deflects, citing safety. They dismiss his excuse, referencing how many journalists have already been killed in Gaza. The Economist of all places. Yes, The Economist is holding his feet to the fire, unlike any other media outlet I've seen, who has had a chance to actually interview him. Because I'm sure Mehdi Hassan would, but of all the places that he's been interviewed, I haven't seen this kind of pushback.
One way of putting pressure on Hamas is for the world's press to report what's really going on there and to give body to the things you've been saying about what they're doing. Why don't you allow international journalists into Gaza?
I think we do, but we could do more, and we probably
But
should.
not without being with the IDF.
Yeah, well, that's not an uncommon practice, but I can tell you one thing. First of all, we don't want any journalists killed, and some have been tragically killed because there's crossfire.
Could you say definitively that you will allow the international press in without the IDF?
I didn't say without the IDF, but we can have more numbers than you can see. I mean, it's so small. You can't really, it's not like
I've been there with the IDF. It is small, but it is much, the more important thing is to allow the press in independently. And if you really want to change the perception of Gaza, then it is not. There's a ceasefire now.
Yeah, but
Where are the other reporters doing this type of thing? Where he's like, it's war, but it's like, no, there's that ceasefire. Remember?
Still a war zone. We just had firing.
It's hard for me not to think that you have something that you want to hide when you won't let the press in.
No, it's not, but it's dangerous. We just had this now, today. We had rocket fire.
From which side? It is very dangerous in Gaza right now. Not from the Palestinians there.
A few days ago, we had sniper fire. That's yesterday, actually. I wouldn't be so cavalier about it. And the last thing I want to see is any of you or anyone else.
There have been a huge number of journalists killed in Gaza. So I don't think it's very easy for you to say that you are not concerned about people's lives.
Well, of course.
More journalists have been killed in this, like over 200, than like most of the conflicts combined over the past 20 years. They have absolutely been targeted, and not just them, but their families. There's the Where's Daddy drone thing that was targeting them when they got home. Yeah, no, they were specifically targeting journalists. And it can't just be collateral. It can't just be, oops, mistakes happen, because they love to brag about how accurate and, top-notch their weapons are. So they don't... Yeah, so they accidentally kill them all the time, or they target it. It's just, yeah, no, they're targeted more in this conflict than any others. And yeah, there are reasons that they're targeting the journalists.
Because we didn't target them. Zani, we didn't target them. We don't kill journalists, and we don't jail them either, And we certainly don't execute them, as Hamas is doing, and some of the regimes that are criticizing us are doing. But I think that you're not going to hide anything. In fact, I hope you discover the truth. Go and see.
How? How can they go and see when you're not letting journalists in? And also let journalists in without the IDF controlling what they're allowed to see.
the number of trucks that are held up by Hamas.
Prime Minister, the minute you let journalists in independently, I will go back to Gaza. I've been with the IDF. I don't want to do that again. I will go independently the minute you let people in.
I'll consider your offer.
Well, this might be why they're not letting journalists in. So here somebody's tweeting out, contacts in Gaza are all reporting the same thing tonight. Israeli airstrikes have resumed at what feels like full force across the Strip. The only reason anyone is still calling this a ceasefire is because not a single shot is being fired at Israel. So, and this is from the Times of Gaza. Israel keeps bombing Gaza nonstop. I'm not going to put the audio on. I don't want to hear bomb blasts right now. So the next one is a longer clip from the Economist interview that we just watched a clip from. It's out of, oh, I don't have it up all the way. There we go. I can't watch the full interview.
There's a huge battle.
Because, you know, paywall type stuff, but this is the clip that they have on YouTube. And I'm just thinking for time's sake, I don't know. It's only 6 minutes long. So I think I'll let it play while I go run check on Frodo. Because it's still a very good clip. So I'll be checking on Frodo, but no, it's a really good clip. The way that the journalists here are pushing back on Netanyahu, like has Israel committed war crimes, and Mr. Netanyahu's defense of collateral damage and stuff of that sort. But I don't know how the Economist is when it comes to copyright stuff, so I don't know if this will be available. So what I will do is I will post this into the SandBox, so you can go and watch it on YouTube if for some reason I have to remove it from the live stream. But I might end it when I get back from checking Frodo. We'll see.
Battle today between the forces of civilization, the forces of modernity, and the very fanatic forces who want to take us back to the early Middle Ages, and do so with a violence that is unimaginable. You've seen these pictures of people cutting open the chest of an enemy, these Islamists, tearing out the heart. The person is still alive and eating the heart. That tells you something. Now, that mentality, that fanaticism has to be confronted. It will move and invade your countries, and it will destroy them. Israel is not just fighting our battle, it's fighting the battle against radical Islam that threatens the future of the world. And I think many people thought communism would threaten the world, or China would threaten the world. I'm saying that this untethered force of an extremist ideology that knows no limits, if it has nuclear weapons, the ballistic missiles to deliver them, and the masses that will destroy democracies, burn Christians.
Prime Minister,
we're committed to defending Christians around the world and in the Middle East. If they win the day, we all lose. Israel is defending itself, but in so doing, we're defending Western civilization.
Prime Minister, that is one way of viewing the world, and I have some sympathy with some of what you've said. Let me give you another way, which is that many people around the world see the state of Israel as a country that is exclusively using military force, that has killed 70,000 people in Gaza, that is doing nothing to create a sustainable future for people there. That is a country, you've been accused of being a war criminal. If you went to go to several countries in Europe, you're going to get arrested. This is not just mad campus radicalism. This is a feeling around the world. You said it yourself to us just now. In public opinion around the world, Israel is doing very poorly. And it's doing very poorly because people see a country that is behaving in a way that is not compatible with being a liberal democracy. And therefore, I think you have a problem. I think that loss of public opinion, what struck me from your autobiography was how subtly and for how long you have understood this. You know that political power comes from public opinion, and you know that you need to win the battle of public opinion, and you're losing it. You've absolutely lost it in Europe, but much more worryingly for you, you're losing it in America. And I think that what you've just told me about fanaticism is true in part, But it is not going to shape public opinion. People are going to roll their eyes and say, he's saying that anybody who says anything critical about Israel is anti-Semitic. He's giving this large, this story about fanaticism, and he's not accepting the fact that Israel is behaving in a way that we think is incompatible with the kind of liberal democracy that he claims.
Well, the liberal democracies that fought the battles from World War II to Afghanistan to Iraq and so on, the ratio of combatants to non-combatants killed was 6-to-1, 7-to-1. And in Gaza, because Hamas was forcing people to stay in urban areas at gunpoint, the ratio is about 1.5-to-1. And we lost a lot of soldiers because we didn't carpet bomb. We didn't do it. We didn't do.
People have different ratios as well, including.
I'm telling you, you don't actually, but that's not the point. It certainly wasn't 6-to-1 or 7-to-1, and we certainly didn't carpet bomb, which we could have done right away. We've lost a lot of people by my refusal and the IDF's own mores in making sure that doesn't happen. Now, if you have the densest urban warfare theater in history, with 500 kilometers of terror tunnels underneath, 50 meters below, 50 meters above, everything booby-trapped, and you don't come in and just bomb the place to smithereens, which we didn't. I mean, we had everything booby-trapped. We moved the population out, and then you have to fight the Hamas in there. The ratios in Mosul, the ratios in Fallujah, the ratios elsewhere, there's nothing comparison, and that was nothing compared to what our soldiers, our brave soldiers, had to face in Gaza. So, A, I dispute the fact. The argument that you put forward is being put forward. It doesn't make it true. What is true is that Israel is fighting these worst killers, these people who took not only beheaded our men, raped our women, and then murdered them, burned our babies alive, and took 255 hostages, which we took out. Nobody believed that we got them out.
What a fucking liar. Like, it's just everything he says. Like, the people over there that the IDF is not brave. They're just a bunch of fucking murderous cowards. Like, everything he says in this is just flat out lies. But at least here we do have a couple of people actually pushing back a little bit on it.
Are barbarians. And they're given a free look. I have demonstrations on behalf of Hamas. Notice that they're burning the flag of Israel and the flag of the UK. The flag of Israel and the flag.
You know, I don't blame them. I don't blame them.
Of America. When you have pro-Israel demonstrations,
it's about the only way that they can keep warm these days.
They wave Israeli flags, they wave American flags, they wave British flags. These people are against you, whether you recognize it or not. They will sweep away your societies, your freedoms, your ideas, the values that we cherish, exactly as you do.
Prime Minister, it really isn't just extreme radicals. There are huge numbers of people who are concerned about Israel's behavior, frankly, including people like me.
Well, you know, I think that if Britain was invaded for...
You never see this on the BBC or the CBC.
Forgive me, you know, if Britain was invaded and you had the equivalent in Britain, your population is what, 65 million, something like that, 60 million, right? So you're about 6 times our size. So if you had on one day about 8,000 Brits murdered, mutilated, raped, and kidnapped, and they came right next to London, what would you do? We know what you'd.
What would you do? Would you also commit genocide? I think you would. I think you would. What a monster. What an absolute monster. The clip is pretty much over at this point. But I'd actually be super interested in watching the whole thing. I just don't have I can't get past the paywall. But yeah, the crimes, the atrocities are still happening. Here we have Israel is moving the so-called yellow line, seizing more land in Gaza, strip and squeezing Palestinians into smaller and smaller area. Hani Mahmoud reporting, and this is from Al Jazeera. Again, Netanyahu's just blatantly lying through his teeth on this.
The ongoing Israeli attacks on the ground, the expansion of the yellow line, are meant for eating up.
And remember, this is during the ceasefire.
more of the territories across the eastern part of the strip, really shrinking the total area of where people are sheltering. Everyone is cramped here. Just a brief walk around the area here, around the block, you would see that the population here not just doubled, it tripled in many of the neighborhoods, just given the fact none of these people are able to go back to their neighborhoods. We talk about Al-Zaytun, Al-Shajaiya, as well as Tufah neighborhood. And from the northern part of the strip, whole entire areas, for example, the city of Beit Hanun, the whole city is under the yellow line. Major parts of Beit Lahiya and Jabali also under the yellow line, and people are unable to go back. So concentrating everyone in this small area of the western part of the Gaza Strip. But it was not until the past few minutes the sounds of hums, the drones buzzing just faded away. But it went on. It was going on for the past night and all of yesterday. Ongoing explosions that could be heard clearly from here. The sounds of armored vehicles and tanks moving close to Salah ad-Din area. And the reason for this, many of the buildings that have blocked this noise and sound over the past months are gone now. So it's clear for people, to the point many of the people here start to talk about that this is a stark reminder of the early weeks of the genocide across the Gaza, where the sounds of armored vehicles and tanks could be heard clearly across the Gaza Strip. As of what happened last night, at least 150 meters, those yellow blocks have been moved toward the western part, very close to Salah ad-Din Road, just exposing many of the areas, many of the streets, many of the neighborhoods now adjacent to Salah ad-Din Road and the yellow line have been brought under the threat of military actions by the Israeli military, pushing people to flee toward the western part of the city, in Omar Mukhtar streets here at the city center of Gaza City. Same scenario keeps repeating itself across the strip. In Khan Yunis, for example, the whole entire eastern part of Khan Yunis, including large acres of farmland, have been destroyed because of the ongoing expansion of the yellow line.
It's always been a land grab. It's been a genocide, land grab. There's no ceasefire. They just slowed down. That's all. Now, this is a disgusting headline, and this is from the Associated Press, but both the BBC and the CBC publishing it as is. But look at this headline. Israel clears final hurdle to start constructing controversial West Bank settlement project. Forcing Palestinians off their land and stealing it and harassing and murdering them. That makes it controversial, you say? The fuck? Holy shit, CBC. So Israel has cleared the final hurdle before starting construction on a contentious, that's what it is, contentious settlement project near Jerusalem that would effectively cut the occupied West Bank in two, according to a government tender. The tender, which seeks bids from developers, would clear the way to begin construction of the E1 project. This isn't contentious. This is a land grab. It's illegal. They're harassing and killing people in the West Bank, Palestinians, where Hamas does not exist, by the way. But I'm sure most of you know that. Absolutely disgusting headline here. And again, you can't have these fascistic takeovers, you can't have these genocides without media complicity. If the media had been calling this out for what it was from the beginning, it would have never gotten this far, because, you know, the public would have seen it for what it is. There would have been enough pushback right from the beginning. But no, it's still, after all of this, it's still bullshit headlines like this. But there are protests going on. So U.S. veterans burned their uniforms in memory of Aaron Bushnell. He self-immolated in protest over what was happening. And again, he was mocked by the right wing. Completely mocked and made fun of for having a stance that none of these cowards would ever be capable of doing. Like, it is so tragic that he did this. But the right wing is just full, it's just cowards, absolute cowards in the right wing.
Remember Aaron Bushnell! He is not alone! He is not alone! Remember Aaron Bushnell! Remember Aaron
So again, it's just important to remember that there are protests going on, that there are little things being done. It's not enough, it's nowhere enough, but there is some pushback happening depending on the party. So here, Rabbi David is just pointing out urgent petitions for Canadians. Formal legal parliamentary petition backed by Heather McPherson. She is currently running for the federal NDP. Calls on Canadian government to investigate Canadians returning from IDF for committing war crimes. Plus invest HESEG. There's oh darn it, I'm forgetting it. It's I think from the Maple. Another David put together the list of Canadian IDF soldiers, and he's now putting together a list of organizations, charities that send money to the IDF. And again, it's all publicly sourced information. He's not doxing anyone. I've covered it a bunch of times on this channel. So yes, these people who are coming back from Canadians that went to go fight with the IDF to commit war crimes absolutely need to be held accountable when they come back here. And so this is the petition here. Yes, I'm tossing this in the SandBox right now. So if you're Canadian, this is a federal petition. It doesn't matter where you are, you can sign it. And let's see, where are they? Does it give the stats? So over 4,600 signatures so far. Let's get that bumped up a bit more. I'll be signing it after stream, so I'm not showing you my personal information. And then the grind here. So again, just little slivers of good news here and there. Charges dropped against 9 arrested at pro-Palestine protest. Organizer says these arrests are another example of police overreach and that they are being used as justification for ongoing repression. Toronto police call the arrests lawful, justified, and reasonable. Chris, and again, I'll tie this back into ICE agents in just a moment. Criminal charges against 9 people who were arrested during an Indigenous-led pro-Palestine demonstration in Toronto last fall have been dropped. The arrest occurred on October 8th, 2025, near the Global Affairs Canada office on Queen Street, where hundreds gathered to protest the Israeli kidnapping of Indigenous harm reduction worker and advocate, I do not know how to say this name, Agnew. And others who were traveling on the Mediterranean Sea as part of the Freedom Flotilla Coalition in an attempt to break Israel's illegal blockade of Gaza. The demonstration had gone on for 6 hours. Organizers said the Toronto police became increasingly agitated, getting annoyed at these protesters, and attempted to end the protests. According to the statement shared by Legal Support Committee, a collective that supports people arrested in the Greater Toronto Area for organizing and protesting for the liberation of Palestine, the protests erupted into chaos when Inspector Israel Bernardo drove an unmarked vehicle into the crowd. All the violence that I hear about at these protests is never coming from the pro-Palestinian side. It's always coming from the Zionists. Unaware that the vehicle was driven by a police officer, protesters rushed in front of the vehicle to protect attendees, at which point Bernardo emerged from his vehicle, ordering officers to arrest people. The statement reads, multiple people were tackled and beaten by the police. This type of thing has always been going on. The amount of escalation it took from this to the ICE agent just shooting somebody in the face was half a step. The police regularly inflict trauma on the people that they are supposed to protect. Like, who do you call when the police are committing crimes, when they are beating people without, like, there's no legal reason why they should be allowed to just beat someone, but they do. And this is in Canada, and this has always been in Canada. It's not much of an escalation for them to then just start shooting people because they got, what was the word up here? Increasingly agitated, and they just want it over. And every time they beat someone, there's always the possibility that person ends up dead too. And there's been cases of it. And you see this also at homeless encampments when there's protests and rallies there. It's always on people who are more progressive on the left that seem to be at the receiving end of police violence. But when it comes to right-wing protests and rallies, the police, well, they're going to the barbecue next weekend with the people in that protest, so they don't do anything. Even if they start attacking bystanders, passerbys, or people that they think are on the left and all that sort of stuff. So back to the article. In a video shared on Instagram from the October 8th demonstrations, police officers can be seen punching, shoving, and dragging protesters. Okay, I don't want to see that. I'll link this. Seen enough violence lately. I don't want to see that. Just linking that into the SandBox if you want to see it. When asked to comment on the incident, Toronto Police spokesperson Stephanie Sayer denied that Bernardo was involved with any wrongdoing, stating that the actions of all involved officers were lawful, justified, and reasonable. 9 people were arrested on the scene and were cleared and were charged with 3 separate counts: unlawful assembly, obstructing a police officer, and common nuisance. On January 6th and 7th, 6 weeks after the arrests made their first appearance in court, the charges were dropped. Toronto Police tell The Grind that in court, the Crown stated that it withdrew the charges for lack of public interest based on the need to be judicious with respect to the use of the court resources. The Crown added that it believed there were reasonable and probable grounds for these arrests, but in the specific circumstance of this case, these accused, there is insufficient public interest to warrant further criminal prosecutions. There should be further criminal prosecutions of the police officers who were beating the protesters. Again, this is when they were never held accountable. These people are never being held accountable. It only ever escalates. And we've seen this time and time again. And so the natural outcome when you allow these authority figures to get away with just committing crimes and violence is fascism, is what we're seeing in the States. Canada is not that far off from what we're seeing there. And we're going to get into a couple Indigenous stories next. And a reminder, Canada invaded Wet'suwet'en land. The federal government, Justin Trudeau, sent snipers. There were snipers training their guns on peaceful protesters, protecting their own land. Canada isn't as far away from fascism as a lot of people like to think it is. Okay, let's go back. So we'll talk about some federal stories next, including what I was just referencing. But before we do that, quick check in the SandBox. Let's see. John Martinez, evasiveness galore. Talking about Netanyahu. Looney Tunes, you killed journalist, BB, dipshit, liar. Yeah. They absolutely targeted journalists. A lot of people not liking Netanyahu and that, but at least the journalists were doing journalism. Nothing we would ever see on the BBC or CBC. I would like to watch that whole interview. Maybe they'll release it eventually on YouTube. I don't know. So Trevor Boren signed the petition. Thank you. I will be signing it after this stream. Okay. Next, let's just scooch right into the next one because it's 3.5 hours. I'm running out of steam. It's been one hell of a week. It's been a lot. It's been a lot. Also, if you're joining super late, please go subscribe to my new YouTube channel called Sandy Lovis. It's about art, writing, and all things creative. It's a non-political channel. I just launched it today. Go check out the first video I posted talking about the video or the channel, and more will be coming soon. But you know, I'm just going to be taking the art videos I've posted on Left of the Box so far and transferring them over to that one for the foreseeable future. So not necessarily new content, but if you're newer to my channel, you might not have seen them, so it'd be new to you. And I do have to like rejig them a bit, edit them. And I'm looking to get an interview with the Letter Hack to talk about creativity when it comes to, you know, writing comics or stories and things of that sort. So yeah, it's going to be a non-political channel and I think a little bit refreshing. I also have a lot of painting I need to do. Unfortunately, I won't be able to record that because the setup and stuff, I'm on a timeline. So eventually. Anyway, let's get back to it. So here we have a 4-minute long video from The Breach. Everyone, go check out The Breach. They do amazing work here in Canada. And so Mark Carney and Canada's premiers are trying to buy off Indigenous resistance and talking about the pipelines, the MOU with Alberta and the Prime Minister and stuff of that sort. It's important to know that Canada is still trampling all over Indigenous rights. Not shocking if you pay attention. Like if you're watching this channel, you probably know. But it's a good reminder every now and then to check out what the recent tramplings of Indigenous rights are.
Is in the middle of an intensifying resource rush. More pipelines, more mines, more oil and gas. One problem for the corporate interests behind these projects, Indigenous rights often stand in.
I don't know if the music on this is going to hit me up, but this is a YouTube video, so hopefully it's not a problem.
Their way. So governments have started dangling their latest modern day beads and trinkets, equity partnerships.
Will help ensure that partnership and Indigenous economic participation are embedded in our work.
A landmark and historic community partnership agreement.
An equity partnership.
Full equity ownership.
It's all a fancy way of saying they're trying to buy us out. Governments and corporations have long had to contend with Indigenous people's rights. Indigenous resistance to unwanted resource projects is nothing new. And as politicians try to push through new oil and gas developments, justifying them as a response to Donald Trump's trade war, they want to avoid high-profile blockades. But the government's response isn't to work in tandem with us on projects that could actually benefit communities like renewable energy or health infrastructure. It's to offer loans and partnerships to make First Nations co-owners or owners of unwanted projects.
Shocking that the government would, you know, take advantage, betray, offer them, you know, basically rotten apple deals. Like, it is new government, same stripes when it comes to how they treat Indigenous peoples.
The federal government is doubling loans available to Indigenous groups, and provinces are announcing similar programs.
They're offering loans, as in they need to be paid back. I think Canada has the resources and the money, and they should probably just be offering Indigenous peoples money and loan, like not money, loans, but actually just, here are the projects. We got to start talking about proper reparations, and I don't think that's ever going to happen in my lifetime anyway. But you know, if it's on Indigenous land, then Indigenous peoples on that land deserve to have complete control over it and the profits that might come from it. And they need full participation, full agreement, and it should be absolutely Indigenous led, not, you know, a co-ownership or something where they can just, you know, stab them in the back later on.
It might sound good in theory. Indigenous communities get funding to actually be in charge of lucrative projects on their lands. But it's not as good as it seems. Investing in resource extraction isn't a guaranteed path towards economic prosperity. There are big risks. It could mean a First Nation takes out a huge loan to buy into something it assumes will produce profit, only to discover it has become a money sink. When it comes to mining critical minerals like the ones in Ontario's Ring of Fire, these risks include the First Nations backing projects that are subject to super volatile commodity markets.
Another steep drop for nickel prices.
For example, a First Nation may invest in a nickel mine because nickel is widely used to make electric vehicle batteries, only to discover a few years later that changing inputs and increased recycling have meant that nickel is no longer required at significant quantities. And then there's investing in fossil fuels and pipelines, as climate change-driven disasters are only getting worse. Recently, Carney signed an agreement with Alberta Premier Danielle Smith that may include a new pipeline to the West Coast through Indigenous lands. Their solution to making it happen? More economic partnerships, of course. Plus, when a project is designated as in the national interest, Mark Carney's new law lets companies skip the usual processes to study its environmental impacts. Blowing past the proper safeguards could only lead to industrial accidents.
Yes, the federal government made a law that allows them to not have to follow other laws. We're not that far away from fascism here.
Incidents like pipeline ruptures. And if the project is happening on First Nations lands, it's the local community members who will have to live with the poisoned lands and waters, not politicians in Ottawa. This is all so incredibly short-sighted. These projects will inevitably be phased out for renewables, either sooner or later. Essentially, Canadian politicians are trying to empower Indigenous leaders to become extractive capitalists. They aren't looking out for the well-being of their communities and land. Governments tell us that there is an urgent need to fast-track new mines, LNG facilities, and pipelines. The real urgent crises in Canada are climate change and ongoing colonialism. The solution to these crises isn't equity partnerships that leave Indigenous communities holding the bag for hasty, dirty, and short-sighted resource extraction. It's policies that will keep fossil fuels in the ground, safeguard clean water, and build projects that are sustainable for people and for the land.
Yeah, everyone go check out The Breach. Really good reporting here in Canada. So here we have from the Narwhal, another more left-leaning magazine here in Canada. So our trial's a week away. So we're suing the RCMP for arresting a journalist on assignment for the Narwhal. It's an effort to protect press freedom and the rights of all Canadians. So 3 years ago, our small independent news organization made a very big decision. We were going to take the RCMP to court. Now we're about to head to trial. Here's a quick refresher. Photojournalist Amber Bracken was on assignment for the Narwhal in northern British Columbia in November 2021. Amber was documenting tensions over the construction of Coastal GasLink pipeline through Wet'suwet'en territory when she was arrested by the RCMP. Yep, the feds just swooped in and arrested a journalist. We're not that far from fascism. And again, this is about Wet'suwet'en, where the federal government was invading their land to force through a pipeline. Amber was handcuffed, held in a cell for 3 nights, and had her camera and gear and photographs seized, all for doing her job. We believe her arrest was a clear violation of her charter rights and the Narwhals. So we sued the RCMP to make a stand for press freedom in Canada. And in 1 week, we'll be in BC's Supreme Court to stand up for what's right. This trial is running for 5 weeks in Vancouver, starting January 12th. It's about more than one arrest. It's about defending the right of every journalist in Canada to report freely without fear of police interference. Here's how you can stay informed and get involved in the case as the case unfolds. Go watch our new video where I explain what's at stake. It's on the YouTube. I'll toss that into the SandBox. Share this page with your friends and tell them to sign up for email updates. Come to the courtroom in Vancouver anytime over the 5-week trial. One's a bit of a stretch for me. Make a contribution to our legal fund for this case. Someone else's rights were violated that day, yours. Amber and the Norwell are fulfilling our mandate to report on environmental risks, resource extraction, and Indigenous peoples' varied approaches to stewarding their lands. We were documenting issues of broad public interest, including the injunctions granted by the Canadian courts that restrict public movement on behalf of private corporations and how publicly funded police act when enforcing them. Much of Canada's resource extraction happens in remote places like these. When journalists are arrested, it has a chilling effect on your rights to know. The RCMP and Attorney General of Canada draw on taxpayer dollar to fund their defense, but our case relies on extraordinary people like you spreading the word and chipping in. This case has the potential to set a powerful precedent for press freedom across the country, not only for individual journalists, but for publications too. But we are a small, non-profit newsroom, and we can't do this without you. Over the course of the trial, we'll share updates on this page and our weekly newsletter. We hope you follow along and come say hi if you're in Vancouver. Amber and I are set to take the stand week of January 12th, and there will be plenty of other important witnesses testifying over the next month. So will you spread the word about our fight for press freedom today? Every single person who subscribes, shares, and supports our case means so much to this little publication and our battle for your right to know. So I'll also put the link to this article in the SandBox. There we go. So last news live stream, as we move on, I reported on something about how Chrystia Freeland was going to be working with Vladimir Zelensky on stuff for Ukraine and whatnot. And I was saying at the time, oh, I guess this is a good sign because it means that Canada isn't going back down when it comes to supporting Ukraine, even though, you know, Chrystia Freeland has really sketchy history when it comes to the types of Ukrainians that she was known for supporting. But, you know, I was thinking that maybe this is a good sign that Canada would stand up to Trump if Trump decides to back out of any deals and whatnot. And I thought it was like a government role, like a joint government Ukrainian role, that it was within her official job within the government, like an ambassador type thing. No, it wasn't actually. So while I respect Ms. Freeland, one cannot serve Canada and another country at the same time. Taxpayers should not be paying for an absent MP, especially one who working for a foreign government. She must resign as MP immediately. So apparently she was taking a job from the Ukrainian government. It wasn't a joint thing with the government. It wasn't a role. It wasn't it wasn't like an ambassadorship. She's just changing her jobs. And people were jumping on this probably a little too fast because, yeah, you can't serve Canada and another country at the same time. But here, things just happen so fast that sometimes people need to take a breather, because she did post a statement about this, as this person says. So basically, she got her job. She secured her job with Vladimir Zelensky, waited to make sure that went through, and then posted, "I'm stepping down." So Ukraine is at the forefront of today's global fight for democracy, and I welcome this chance to contribute on an unpaid basis as an economic advisor to President Zelensky. In accepting this voluntary position, I will be stepping aside from my role as the Prime Minister's special representative for the reconstruction of Ukraine. In the coming weeks, I will also leave my seat in Parliament. I want to thank my constituents for their years of confidence in me. I am so grateful to have been your representative. So not what I thought it was, but also not what a lot of other people think it was. Also, yeah, I could have seen this sort of thing coming because she ran for leadership of the Liberals. And as soon as she lost that, I think she kind of saw her future in the party gone. So she's just angling to get in their better position somewhere else. That's all this is. Like, there was no love of the country. That's not why she was trying to become prime minister or running for leadership. It was all just personal ambition. It wasn't about serving the people. It was serving her own interests. And it doesn't surprise me when someone like her decides to, you know what, fuck it. If I can't become leader of the party here, I'm just moving on because what's the future of my party? Nothing like, you know, maybe supporting your constituents, helping the people of Canada, all that sort of stuff. Nope, nope, nope. That's not why she got involved in politics. So I can't say I'm surprised, but, you know, again, sometimes you just need to take a breath. She's not serving both governments at the same time. She's stepping down from one in order to take a job somewhere else. And Mark Carney also made a comment about her stepping down. My judgment was that taking the role would be consistent with resigning as MP, what she did.
Special envoy after she left cabinet for the Ukraine reconstruction. Judgment became her judgment that she could be more useful for that process as she was leaving, as she was retiring as a parliamentarian, as a direct advisor. My judgment was that taking that role would be consistent with resigning as an MP, and I welcomed her doing that, and I'm pleased that for Ukraine,
So she stepped down. So last on the federal docket is a little bit about the federal NDP race. Now, I think I've been transparent that I was kind of leaning towards Rob Ashton. I've interviewed Tennille Johnston and Tony McQuail, Yves Angler, although he's not an official candidate and never technically was, but that's a whole other story. And I like Tennille and Tony. I like them a lot, but I didn't see them as potentially winning. Like, it would be nice, but it'd be a very, very, very long shot. But one of the candidates I was kind of leaning towards was Rob Ashton, although I'm not going to endorse anyone. And then I saw this video. And then I did this. The NDP is never going to recover. They're never going to be the same party that they were unless there's a complete revolt of the base. Like, unless the base goes on strike and takes over the party again, it will never, never be what it used to be. Because when you have somebody like Rob Ashton step in where you can kind of feel the energy, you know, you can kind of see it, but then he does bullshit like this, it makes me lose faith. And basically what I see here is the consultants got to him. This is how you do an ad. This is how you run the party. Same with Heather McPherson. There was Heather McPherson before she was running for leadership and after she was running for leadership. And it's like all the consultants that was working for Kamala Harris came up and started to work for her and gave her the same bad fucking advice. And so now they're just passing it on to Rob. So Rob Ashton here says, in the federal NDP leadership race, there's a lot at stake for our party and our country. Get your membership, blah, blah, blah. And then same thing, but in French. Here's the ad.
New Democrats, let's talk. This leadership race really matters. And we need to be honest about what's at stake.
So already his style and everything is different. The way he's dressed, the music in the background, all that sort of stuff. The background that he has, the way it's been posed and everything is very consultant-led. It's very artificial.
If we want to actually change this country, not just talk about it, the federal NDP has to build on what's already working. Just look across the country. NDP premiers and leaders are delivering real results. David Eby is getting things done in BC.
Any leader that is willing to just praise a provincial leader just because they're NDP is not worthy of being federal. David Eby has been a shit NDP leader. He's been an okay Liberal one.
Wab Kinew is building something lasting in Manitoba.
I've had my criticisms about him too. He's not as bad as David Eby, but he is very friendly towards the police. And he also did, you know, give a memorial statement, his condolences over Charlie Kirk's murder. Not about the kids in Palestine, you know, not about the kids in Gaza, but he decided to post on his Twitter feed how sad he was that Charlie Kirk was killed.
And leaders like Carla, Claudia, Nahed, and Marit are ready to do the same.
Marit Stiles, leader of the NDP here in Ontario. Again, if you're praising her, this is all consultant speak here. This is all like programmed, focus tested. Like, these are the PowerPoint messages that you're supposed to say. Here's the word salad. Here's mention all the other leaders and how you want to work out with them. His messaging has changed. And I don't like it. I don't like it. And it's about to get worse. Just talk about what you plan on doing as leader. Don't bring in the rest of the people, especially not like this.
They don't need a federal leader who lectures them or second guesses them from Ottawa. You need an ally, someone who can win where the NDP hasn't won in a long time. And that's why Avi takes us in the wrong direction.
And there you have it. Then that's why Avi takes us in the wrong direction. Based on this alone, I'd be more willing to vote for Avi Lewis. Because we should have a federal NDP leader that's willing to challenge other provincial leaders of the NDP if they're not living up to the NDP standard. And attacking another candidate in your campaign is just very poor taste. It's not what people want. It's not what people need. Just talk about what you're going to bring for the party. Do not attack the other candidates. I'm not a fan of that right now. You can respond to the other candidates if they bring you up, but what, just talking about Avi like this out of the blue? I am not a fan of this at all. And it just totally made me like turn my head on him.
His kind of politics turns New Democrats against each other.
And he's not, I haven't seen too much of Avi Lewis, but if what Avi Lewis is basically turning NDPers against each other is by saying we need to get back to our roots and stop with this liberal progression that the party is doing, that's not turning the party against itself. It's about reclaiming what it used to be.
Undermines the wins NDP governments are delivering. That doesn't make us stronger. It leaves us divided and weaker.
If you try to accept everyone into your party as is, you're going to have a weaker party because there's no cohesion, there's no mandate, there's no principles.
And when we're divided, let's be clear about who wins. Conservatives like Doug Ford, Scott Moe, and Danielle Smith.
The NDP could have won in Ontario if they actually made themselves their own party and not just another offshoot of the Liberals. If they went back to the base, if they went back to the principles of the NDP, they could have won. Instead of doing this capitulation bullshit, we need to include everyone. If they went back to the roots of the party, they would have won. If they had any other leader than Marit Stiles, who was willing to actually stand their ground and be boldly progressive, they would have won.
We need to get back to what built this party in the first place. Working class Canadians. And that's what my leadership is about. Standing with people who get up early, work long hours.
Notice the change in the vests that he's wearing.
Juggle jobs, care for their families, and still struggle to get by in every community. When we put power in the hands of the people who created this country's wealth, we deliver change. Workers built this country. Workers built this party. And now it's time we run it.
This just turns so performative. So, staged. Oh, I hate it. I hate it. I want to talk to all of them. I want to talk to all the candidates. I do. I do. I would love to talk to Rob, Avi, and Heather. And I'll be fair. I'll be very fair. Let's put it that way. Okay, one more small docket to get through, and that's the provincial government stuff. Why do I have this one? I don't need this one up. Close that. Do I still have... Yeah, I still have the petition up. Okay, good. Okay, so one more small docket, provincial stuff next. But, of course, before that, go and check the SandBox while I munch on a cookie, which is difficult because then I want to talk while I'm responding to the SandBox, and I can't talk and chew cookie at the same time. Yeah, the Wild West, she is going to be a volunteer working for Ukraine. I'm sure she's getting paid somehow. Bad Lefty, it would make you wonder how you could afford to quit a fancy government job to not get paid in a foreign country. But I'm a natural skeptic and pessimist. Oh, she's getting paid. Somehow or other, she's getting paid. This is worth her time. The Wild West, love her or hate her, she definitely loves Ukraine. Bad Lefty, fair, her family history. I'll stop. Yeah. The Wild West, LMAO, he's trying to be a unifier. Yeah. Yeah, as soon as any politician uses the word divisive, my eyebrow goes up. My eyebrows get divisive. I didn't say he's not as bad as David Duke. I don't know why you guys are talking about David Duke suddenly. It's just funny you're bringing that up because I got a clip of yesterday when I was working on the TYT episode. I had to grab a clip of Jane talking to David Duke. Oh, confusing David Duke with David Eby? I'd take David Eby over David Duke. Okay, let's just hammer through the last docket. It's provincial and it's a short docket, so let's just get it done. So let's go to news and then... Oh, it's already up. Okay. So Tina Yazdani still holding the premier accountable, even you know, when he's on vacay. You know, the House isn't sitting, it's not going to be sitting for, you know, a couple months. Getting it done for Ontario, as Doug Ford would like to say. But here, Tina is saying, we asked the Premier about mounting pressure to keep Crown Royal on LCBO shelves, but he insists removing the Canadian whiskey will protect jobs in the province. He's encouraging Ontarians to try JP Weiser and blah, blah, blah. So this is where you can kind of get into some issues. It would be one thing if it was the people deciding to boycott Crown Royal because of their ties to American, or basically Crown Royal is shutting down a factory here in Ontario. But, you know, that was their bottom dollar line thing. It wasn't because they were anti-Canadian or anything, and Doug Ford decided to have a little temper tantrum over it because it makes him look good to his base, to be like, how dare they close their factory here? I'll show them. And so it would be one thing again if the people decided to boycott this one particular corporation because of their one decision to close a factory. It's another thing to have a government official saying that this company should be boycotted for simply closing a factory. That seems to be crossing a line to me. Like, it is one thing for the federal government to do the tariffs, to do this sort of thing. It's one thing for the provincial governments and federal governments to not assign contracts to different, like, American organizations and things of that sort. But to tell people to boycott one particular business because they miffed him doesn't feel appropriate.
You're being accused of weaponizing the LCBO with your plan to pull Crown Royal from the shelves. Shouldn't it be up to Ontario consumers to decide what products they want to purchase?
I don't call it weaponizing, Tina. I call it protecting jobs in Ontario. That's what I call it. And we're going to do everything we can to protect jobs.
So many jobs have been lost because of this asshole. How many doctors and nurses have lost their jobs because of the hospitals being shut down or reduced hours? Huh, Dougie? How about all the people that worked at the Science Center? How about them? There are so many jobs being lost because of this fucknut that it's again, just absolutely inappropriate that he is using his power to attack one specific company like this.
Why don't people try J.P. Weiser? Why don't we try some great Hiram Walker? Why don't we go get some 40 Creek whiskey? I hear that's really good stuff too. So when you want to go after one of our basically go after Ontarians and ship it down to the U.S., make no mistake about it.
That's not exactly what happened with that situation. I covered it a long time ago. But it's how Doug Ford likes to frame it because, again, it makes him seem like he's a warrior for Ontario when he's anything but. Because a lot of the contracts that he's signing out to isn't, you know, not with American corporations, but specifically with American corporations and international corporations, not about the people of Ontario.
You think it's going to Winnipeg, you think it's going to Quebec, it's going down to Alabama to be produced. And I will fight all day long to protect the jobs for Ontarians.
You're being accused of
Yeah. It's probably because of people like Tina that Doug gets really shy sometimes. Because Colin DeMello here is another one that I like to follow, points out, one would think a bilateral meeting such as this would warrant immediate attention. Instead, the Office of the Premier of Ontario failed to inform the Queen Park's press gallery. Yet the Premier's personal photographer made the list. Oh, what's this? Doug Ford, I welcome the UK's Deputy Prime Minister, David Lammy, to Ontario today for a productive meeting in the face of economic uncertainty. We're working closely to build stronger ties and support workers and families on both sides of the Atlantic. Didn't want any reporters there now, did you? Because they might ask a question that makes you feel uncomfortable, huh, Dougie? Again, the way Doug Ford restricts the press at his events, at his, you know, back when he was running for office and all that sort of stuff, I don't know how you can't see it as a red flag. The way that he'll attack the press as well, call them biased or liars or all of that sort of stuff. Or he'll attack people that go against him as being a bunch of crazy leftists. Because, you know, caring about landmarks or the environment or, you know, jobs in Ontario makes you a crazy leftist. And I'm just getting so sick of this sort of talk when it comes to the right towards the left, because what does this do? Where does this lead? We've seen the most drastic outcome of it in the States with the ICE agents shooting people that they think are on the left. This is just normalizing this type of abusive, toxic behavior. In a way, it's like manufacturing consent when it comes to violence towards the left. So Tina saying Premier Doug Ford describes a group challenging his government's place redevelopment plans as a bunch of crazy leftists that want to protect one tree or two trees or three birds. No, he actually tore down a forest with over 800 trees in it right before winter. All the wildlife that lived there is probably dead now because of him, because they had nowhere else to go. Nobody wanted this little forest torn down. It was a place that families could go. It was a place that people could go and just, you know, step outside of Toronto for a brief little moment. So a lot of wildlife was absolutely slaughtered in that. And it was more than one or two trees. It was a little mini forest. It would be like carving out a chunk of, you know, Central Park in New York. And then mocking people saying, what? It's just one or two trees, a few birds. What the fuck do you care? You crazy leftists who care about trees.
The Premier was also asked about the future of Ontario Place. The Supreme Court of Canada said today it will hear an appeal from the group challenging his government's plans to redevelop the land.
Supreme Court wants to look at it, that's fine, but I'll tell you one thing. We're building the most spectacular destination anywhere in the country.
It's a fucking spa. How can that be the most spectacular destination in the fucking country? It's a spa. That's not exactly, you know, top of mind when I think of like, oh, what would be a fun outing with my friends or family? Let's go to a spa. Let's lie down on these chair things and look up at the ceiling that has images of trees on it, which is like an actual thing once that I saw that they're planning on doing here. When they could have been looking at real trees, but he chopped them all down.
If not North America.
The government's redevelopment plans include a new spa operated by a private company, as well as a new science centre. The coalition Ontario Place Protectors argues their legislation violates the Constitution and bypasses environmental and heritage laws.
I think the Ontario government needs to realize that the Supreme Court of Canada wouldn't be granting leave unless a matter is literally of national importance.
So the provincial government also passed Bill 5. The federal government, it was Bill C5, which was basically the same thing that basically allows the governments to ignore certain regulations, restrictions to fast track certain projects if it's of national interest. And so, of course, Doug is trying to use this on the Ontario Place redevelopment. It's not of national interest. It's really not. You know, what would somebody in BC or Newfoundland care about a fucking spa in Toronto? It's not going to be so popular that nationally people are thinking, we got to get our asses to Toronto. Go check out a spa.
And I think the Ontario government may have kind of missed the bigger picture here. Ontario Place is iconic, and many Canadians view it in that light.
I don't even know why they're going to the Supreme Court. I think it's a bunch of crazy lefties that want to protect one tree or two trees or three birds, and they're bringing it to the Supreme Court.
Yes, those crazy lefties that actually care about, the heritage of this province. And again, just using that language towards an entire group of people. I wouldn't say that's stochastic terrorism, what he said there, but, it is like manufacturing consent towards eventually when they do escalate things, when they do become more violent. Well, they were just crazy lefties, kind of like those reporters talking about the wife of the woman who was shot, murdered by the police, or the woman who was murdered by police. Well, she had pronouns in her bio. Therefore, do you really care that she got shot? She was just one of those people. Well, Doug Ford is now saying, well, it's those people, those crazy lefties. It's just manufacturing consent for when it does reach to stochastic terror levels.
An Ontario judge already dismissed the case, and an appeal was also unsuccessful, which is why this is going to Canada's top court, Cynthia.
So Mike Schreiner, the leader of the Ontario Greens, is just saying, if Ford is going to use his phone for government business, then he should expect government standards to apply. So this one was already going to the courts. It did get blocked, so it's going to the Supreme Court. But here's another court issue that Doug Ford keeps on loving to use taxpayer money for to fight. When, it's that old game. If this was any other leader, if this was the Liberals, if this was the NDP, this would be the biggest scandal this province had ever seen. That he's using his personal phone for political business. I remember a scandal like this happening in the United States with like Hillary Clinton and emails, something about them being personal emails. Well, here he is using his personal phone to conduct provincial business. And he doesn't want to give over the logs for, reasons, privacy, really. He wants to keep the privacy of those constituents who poured their hearts out to him. And I'm sure that's all it is. It has nothing to do with all the backroom deals he's doing with his corporate buddies or his rich buddies. So Mike Schreiner, we all deserve to know who the Premier is listening to when making decisions that affect all of our lives. And Isaac Callan here is just saying, new Premier Ford says he will fight against the order to hand over government-related calls made on his personal cell phone, arguing it would make private citizen information public, something the court ruling explicitly protects against. And this is the article here. So Ford says he will fight it. The latest twist in a 3-year-old transparency battle means the government has twice lost legal arguments that Ford should not have to make parts of his personal phone records public. The Premier said he will keep fighting, using taxpayer money to keep fighting. At the tail end of 2022, Global News filed a Freedom of Information request seeking access to government-related calls on Ford's personal phone, a number he regularly publicizes while his office device is unused. The request was denied by the government before the Information and Privacy Commission overturned that decision on appeal and told civil servants to work out which calls on Ford's phone related to official business. The government requested a judicial review of that decision. The Superior Court, less than 3 weeks after the hearing argument for a judicial review, a panel of 3 judges rebutted the request. The Premier, however, said he wouldn't budge, arguing the calls he receives contain extremely personal details of his constituents. How about not conduct any government business on your phone and this wouldn't be a fucking problem? But he's just lying. He's just lying. And he gets away with it. Again, there's no accountability for this type of thing. For when it comes to right-wingers just doing corruption and things that are blatantly wrong and illegal, there's no accountability. Nobody is really holding them to account because the courts are ruling against him, but who's enforcing it? Who is saying, okay, well, now you need to step down. You need to release the records or step down. Or release the records and then we all think you should step down because of what we found in it. Something along those lines. But no. He just keeps on getting away with it. Again, The amount of corruption he's responsible for is mind-boggling, and the amount of social murder he's responsible for is absolutely fucking mind-boggling. So Doug Ford says, I get very personal calls about family situations, very deep too. And they trust me, so I'm not going to break their trust. I'm going to make sure they're confidential. The concerns about constituent privacy was argued by the government and addressed in the appeal court case. I confirm this findings does not deny the effect of the party or other identifiable individuals' privacy protection. And so far, anyway, we get the drift with this. Anyway, and that is that. Okay, let's check how this is going. My new YouTube channel will do a live refresh. So last time I refreshed, had 7 views on my video. 40 subscribers. Let's see if it's gone up. 43 subscribers and 11 views. Nice. Got a long way to go, but appreciate your support. Hopefully once I start posting more videos on it and stuff, it might pick up a little bit more traction. It might do better in the algorithms, again, just given that it's a non-political channel. So we'll have to see how it goes. But let's check the SandBox quickly, and then I want to wrap things up. Get myself a dinner and take care of Frodo. Okay. Oh, also, let me just check to see if there's anyone live right now. I can pass you on to. Not seeing anyone I'm familiar with. A lot of the UK channels that I would pass you guys on to are already sleeping, so. Let's see. Nope. Okay. We will not be raiding anyone after this, from the looks of it. Oh, okay. Looney Tunes. Oh shit, Jank actually talked to David Duke, a well-known racist? Didn't you know that? Oh, he had an interview, a full, like over an hour-long interview with David Duke a long time ago. It's easy to find the full video, and then there was a clip taken out of context when he was doing his congressional run, where David Duke says, I'm not racist, and Jank says, no, of course not. And it was taken, like, the text was printed, and you didn't actually hear that Jank was absolutely being sarcastic with that. It was at the end of the interview, he was trying to wrap things up, and it's like, no, of course not, was more, and I don't, from what I remember watching the whole interview, I don't actually have an issue with the interview he had, because he was challenging David Duke. But yes, that will be part of the TYT essay. That he talked to David Duke of the KKK. I didn't have an interview. I don't have issues with that interview. He did what you should do when you're talking to someone like him. Let's see. Looks like the mods had to be up to some work. You see, I go to unclick it so I can see, because sometimes I'm curious. Not all the time. But then it has this stupid drag down menu in the way. And I don't know how to shut that off. It just keeps on popping up, so I can't actually see the comment. No. No, I don't want to unhide. There we go. Oh, there it is. That's a very random question. A second very random question. Not necessarily, but yeah, not appropriate for the SandBox per se. Nothing to do with the content of this channel or what we were watching. But, yeah. That would be something for a very weird call-in show that I'd be too autistic to do. I don't think I would give them the responses they were looking for. Yeah, not really good for the SandBox. The Wild West, I had a dream I was drinking vodka, but it was quite nice, so I knew it wasn't real. The Wild West, this is the best chat for mods I've ever been in. Usually I get to fight more. It's good to just kind of silence trolls right from the get-go because I want this to be a safe environment. Yeah, to be frank, Bad Lefty says I do allow right-wingers who aren't just trying to be offensive. They can comment, but as long as they're not insulting, trying to be offensive, all that sort of stuff. Bad Lefty, pave paradise and put up a painting of paradise. Well, I did a video on it a long time ago. Pave Paradise put up a parking lot because that's literally what they did for Ontario Place. Was they paved some of it to make it into a parking lot. The Wild West, crazy lefties caring about anything other than me making money. Ho ho ho. Mm-hmm. John Martinez, if it's not fascist, it's not patriotic, right? Yeah. Oops. I think you said something else that I wanted to comment or catch. Yeah, John, you said something else that I was going to read out, but now I can't see it. Bad Lefty is a crazy lefty and proud, yeah. Where was it? Now I'm searching for it, the specific one, because you were putting in a bunch of good comments, but there was one that I particularly liked that I wanted to give you acknowledgements for. And I can't find it now. Ugh. Sorry about that. Might have been from an earlier. Oh, okay. I might have to scroll way back up. Anyway, you've been putting in a lot of good comments. Ah. Scroll back down. And I know it had fascists in it, but it's not the one. It's a fascistic interest. It was something else related to that. I think maybe to do with Bill C5 and building stuff. If it's not fascist, it's not patriotic, right? Might have been that one, actually. Bad Lefty, also their private phone records can be compelled by government inquiries. Ethan Rivers Wad, when is your TYT video dropping? Rachel Atwood put in a good word with the Vanguard folks during a live, and they seemed receptive. Yeah, I'm still working on the first round of the script. I know people keep on asking me because I keep on talking about it. Bare minimum, I still need a month. It's a massive, like, when it comes out, you'll understand the amount of clips in this. Absolutely insane. Like, only somebody who is completely crazy like me would be able to do this, I would think. Everyone else would lose their mind, but my mind was already lost. So, no, the amount of clips and works that I'm putting into it. And so I haven't gotten through the initial script because as I'm writing the script, I'm putting together the montages and the images and the stuff that I'll be using at the time. So that way, when I go back and review it, I'm not missing anything. I can make sure that everything, the word isn't flow, consistency, not consistency, but something like that. And make sure that it all makes sense, make sure I'm not missing something, all that sort of stuff. So once the first run of the script is done, then I might be able to pitch a better idea of a timeline. But it's this first run through is difficult because sometimes I just feel overwhelmed with the amount of information I have, and it gets a bit challenging for me to start working on it. But I know as soon as I really start grinding at it, the easier it'll be for me to do it. And then once the initial script is done, it's reviewing it a few times, making sure everything is right. And then recording my audio, like my parts of it, and then editing that in. But since all the montages and the images will already be built, the final editing won't take as long. But I also have to figure out how to stop the sounds that I make when I'm reading a script. It's not a problem. I can do a 6-hour-long live stream and it's not a problem when I'm just talking to you guys. But for the script that I did, the 3-minute-long script that I did for like my channel, my new channel, I was having that problem where there was just these weird mouth noises that would happen because I must change my cadence slightly or my breathing or something. And so I don't know how to get rid of that sound, and it's super annoying. I tried with the Charlie Kirk one by drinking a lot of water while I was recording it. All that did was make me have to go to the washroom more. So I'll have to do a little bit of Googling research to see how I can get rid of those weird noises when I'm talking for that as well. But a lot of work is going into it, and I think when it's done, it's going to be a doozy. But I need to get it done sooner than later because that network is falling apart. All the videos that came out about Rashad Ritchie lately, whew. But I hope it'll be worth it for people. It's been a year in the making. Bad Lefty, the interview was fine. New York Times smeared him. Yep, that's just what I said too. Yeah, there was nothing wrong with the interview that he had with David Duke, but the New York Times just typed out the quotes without any, indication that it was sarcastic and didn't even bother to link to the interview so people could see for themselves. So if you were just reading it and you didn't know Jank, you would read it as he was agreeing with David Duke that he wasn't racist. What are you saying don't bother at? Bad Lefty, you say don't bother, Sandy. Don't bother what? John Martinez, I have little, if any, tolerance for right-wingers. To quote Mehdi Hassan, I don't debate fascists, but if they are reasonable and not resorting to shit-talking, then I will engage. Yeah. What was it about? I'd remember if you mentioned it at the time. I don't know what that is in context to either. Ugh. Yeah, Ethan Rivers Wad, no pressure. I'm sure it'll be awesome. Yeah. No, I do want to get it out for you guys, and I'm hoping that it does well, just given that I put over a year's worth of work into it by the time it's going to get out. And I'm worried. I have like this deep down fear it's not even going to get 1,000 views. And as is, it's going to be split into 2 essays. And I'll do one on a Saturday, one on a Sunday, because basically I don't want time in between for them to respond to it. I just want to hit it all at once. But it's going to be way too long to be one essay. And then after each one, I'm going to do a live stream where I do like a talk back and we can talk about it. I'll try to get a guest for it, that sort of thing. And then after they've premiered, because they'll be premiered, I'll clip them into smaller segments for the different parts. You can get a sneak peek if you go back to my New Year's Day live stream. And I have some videos I put together about Tucker Carlson that are really illuminating. It's just, I go down so many rabbit holes. Like suddenly it's like, oh, let's look at this thing. And then all of a sudden I find this thing. And then I'm like, what? There's just so much. Like building the script is taking a while because I'll be like typing this out and it's like, I wonder about this. And oh, that's interesting. Like, do you all remember that Cenk made a documentary called Mad as Hell about him having to leave MSNBC because, you know, they were going to demote him because he was too, his style was too abrasive for them and that sort of stuff. And that was a long time ago. And he made a documentary about it called Mad as Hell. Now, do you also know that Cenk has a Wikipedia page? Not shocking. Sam Cedar also has one. You know, they're media personalities that would have it. But oddly, the documentary isn't on Cenk's Wikipedia page. But it has its own Wikipedia page. I'm sure Cenk had nothing to do with it. It was a funny thing that I came across, but it's just like, how is the documentary about Cenk not on his own Wikipedia page? So I have to make a comment about that. And then there's things about his congressional run, and then I'm working on the Sam and Emma part, and so for that one I didn't have any pre-made montages from a while ago. So I'm having to build them all from scratch. And so it's taken a while. Oh, Ethan also saying that's what I was worried about. I think Ken was talking about dropping something on TYT, which made me go yes and no at the same time because I know you're working on it. Yeah, I kind of felt that too. But I get the feeling his angle would be completely different than mine. And the type of evidence and stuff that he would present would be completely different than mine. So I don't think mine would be completely irrelevant. If I could drop it at the same time as his, that would be amazing. But I get the feeling he works faster than I do. And his essay isn't going to be hours and hours long. And it's not going to be so stupendously clip heavy. I think it will go more into like the financial aspects, the potential like sketchy money issues, which is a part that I'm still working on. And so if he just ends up covering a lot of what I was going to cover in that, then I'll just be like, refer to Cam. But yeah, there's just so much, but yeah. I might do another call-in show, John. I don't know when though. I have things on the go this month between the essay and I have something at the end of the month where I'm trying to sell some artwork, so I need to get a bunch of artwork done, painting. It would be a good way for me to practice my painting, but like on 5x7 canvases, I want to do like a pride flag, but then also do the symbol of that, like the non-binary symbol on top of the non-binary flag type thing. Do a bunch of things like that. So I need to work on that a lot, and I won't be able to, make that part of my new channel because I don't have the setup for it, and I'm on a time constraint. And something else that I'll talk about when I'm ready to sign off, because if I talk about it too soon, the stream will be over. Bad Lefty not linking it on an online article is a tell. Yeah. Ethan, wiki editors can get on that. Yeah. I'm sure the wiki edit, like it was a pretty big deal that Jenk made his little documentary. Okay. Whew. Well, I am tired, pooped. I still need to make like a dinner. But yeah, please, everyone spread the word about my new YouTube channel. Really would like to get it over 100 subscribers soon. Because then it would take another month in order for me to actually like secure the URL proper. And yeah, I also have a lot of other stuff on the go. And so I guess thank you to everyone for coming out. Thank you, mods, for keeping the sandbox clean of turds. Thank you for everyone who's helped me financially. Let's just put some of this up on screen. All of this stuff here. Super appreciate support in any way whatsoever. Also, yeah, pick up my book. I'd super appreciate it. So I just wanted to end by giving a little update on Frodo, because I'm going to lose my shit now. He's not well. He's deteriorated. He's not eating at all. He has troubles breathing if he exerts himself at all. He's having troubles with his litter bin. Puppy pads are a lifesaver in that instance, but he is declining. There are not going to be any more vet visits. I was hoping that with the mass removed on his neck, that it would just be the kidney issues, but the test came back when they got the mass that he does have like a cancer in his lymph nodes or something like that, and it could be metastasizing somewhere else in his body. There's nowhere obvious, so it could be something internal, not something that surgery would do. He's only eating when I'm feeding him through the cat churros. He is still drinking a little on his own, but I'm also giving him subdural fluids right now. I'm just trying to keep him comfortable and hope he passes away peacefully here. But he doesn't have much time left. So I won't be leaving home for more than an hour at any given time because I'm just terrified. He could have hours, he could have a week. I don't know. Cats are very tricky like that. They have a pesky habit of hanging on way longer than they should. But I'm just trying to keep him comfortable with some pain medications. I'm still giving him his anti-nausea medication, even though he hates it, because I just don't want him feeling sick. And yeah. So if I'm not doing a live stream next week, that's why. But 2026 can go to hell. So, yeah. Anyway, I need to go check on him, so. Salut, à la prochaine. Thank you for watching and stay tuned. And this is a really shitty way for me to end this, but I'm Sandy. Wishing your tomorrow is better than your today.